brother donkey. Physical interruption of spellcasting. At this moment, Yoon Ji-Feng seized the opportunity to subdue him with a sword. Seeing that the man was still trying to struggle and form hand seals again, Yoon Ji-Feng thought for a moment and then decisively struck him on the head again. That's very much in the style of brother donkey. The assassin rolled his eyes and softly closed them. Upon seeing this, Song Nansho quickly ran over, glanced at the person on the ground, and seeing that he was still breathing, immediately said, "Take the person and leave first, find a secluded place." Yoon Ji-Feng asked instinctively, "What are you doing?" Song Nansho glanced at him in surprise, then said matter-of-factly, "Of course it's murder, dismemberment, and destruction of evidence." Yoon Ji-Feng. He looked at Song Nansho in shock. Then he seemed to be deep in thought. "I still have a bottle of corpse-dissolving powder." Song Nansho. Now it was her turn to be shocked. "I'm just kidding, bro. What are you doing?" A hint of a smile flashed in Yoon Ji-Feng's eyes as he pretended to rummage through his empty storage ring for corpse-dissolving powder. However, given that this was the only way for the Wuyang sect to reach Xianyuan town, the two of them found a quiet, desolate place to discuss how to deal with this person. Yoon Ji-Feng frowned slightly and said seriously, "This person has blood on his hands, but I can't touch him for the time being. Yoon, someone from Dead Me, has issued my kill order. So, both the person who received the order and his whereabouts are traceable. The assassins from Dead Me all have life lamps. Once the life lamp goes out, someone can find this place. If he dies here, it's like telling others that I am here. Normally, he would simply resolve the problem and leave. But now..." Yoon Ji-Feng glanced at Song Nansho's donkey. He still suspected that his Chilean blood jade might be related to that donkey. Song Nansho listened and nodded repeatedly, his hands never stopping. When Yoon Ji-Feng looked up, he saw Song Nansho groping the assassin, even trying to undo his belt. Yoon Ji-Feng was stunned. "What are you doing?" Song Nansho frowned, quite dissatisfied, a dignified 42nd place, going out without carrying a single spirit stone. Is that reasonable? Yoon Ji-Feng. He was unusually speechless. He took a deep breath and said calmly, "Storage rings also require spiritual power to control. The more things there are in the storage ring, the more mental energy you need to control it. Assassination is a life or death matter, and there is no room for negligence. So, you should carry as few things as possible." Song Nansho reluctantly accepted this explanation. Yoon Ji-Feng glanced at her again. He realized he couldn't quite understand this girl anymore. He asked, "Aren't you going to ask me who I am, or why someone is hunting me down?" Song Nansho replied decisively, "I won't ask." Yoon Ji-Feng, "Why?" Song Nansho, "Troublesome." She was surrounded by main characters, and no one understood better than her what being entangled in trouble meant for an ordinary person like her. He saved her once, and she repaid him once. This is called settling the debt. Getting involved in trouble is stupid. Yoon Ji-Feng looked at Song Nansho, seemingly lost in thought. In the end, Yoon Ji-Feng sealed the assassin's spiritual meridians and his vocal meridians, rendering him unable to move or speak. He wasn't seriously injured, so the life lamp wouldn't show any abnormalities. After the spiritual veins were sealed, he couldn't escape. If he died, they would just assume he was on a mission and hadn't returned. Once we get through this sensitive period, we won't have to worry about what we do to him anymore. Yoon Ji-Feng pondered whether he should find a cave deep in the mountains and seal him inside. Song Nansho looked at the assassin, but suddenly remembered something. She quickly said, "Wait a minute." After saying that, he turned around and used a communication talisman to contact his second senior sister, Zhu Xiu. The call connected quickly. Junior sister. Song Nansure cut to the chase. Second senior sister. Isn't your crematorium short-staffed lately? I have someone here. Zhu Xiu. What kind of person? Song Nansure, a retired assassin. Now that I'm in the right field, I used to be in charge of killing. Now I'm in charge of burying. If she were to introduce a retired assassin to someone else, she would probably be met with a barrage of criticism. But the second senior sister immediately became excited. Oh, junior sister, please tell me more. Song Nansure, his spiritual power is sealed now, but he is strong and healthy enough to bury a person without any problem. Senior sister only needs to provide him with 3 meals a day and a bed, without pay or holidays. Ideally, he should work 12 hours a day, 30 days a month, all year round. The second senior sister's voice immediately softened. Of course I'd want as many good employees as you have. Song Nansure was very satisfied. Zhu Xiu was also very satisfied. The two agreed on a time for handing over the person and then disconnected the communication token, satisfied with the arrangement. When she looked up again, she saw Yung Jifeng looking at her with a complicated expression. He hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Does your Wuyang sect also engage in business that involves both the legitimate and criminal worlds?" Song Nansure. She pretended not to hear. Yung Jifeng didn't pursue the matter further. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, he thought for a moment and led his donkey to her, saying, "As we agreed, this donkey is yours." Song Nansure didn't stand on ceremony at all and casually asked, "How much did you buy this donkey for?" Yung Jifeng, 50 spirit stones. Song Nansure paused, looking at him with the eyes of someone looking at a sucker. Yung Jifeng sensed something was wrong. What's wrong? Song Nansure, this donkey is just a regular animal with no intelligence. It's not a spirit beast. Yung Jifeng sensed something was wrong. That price. Song Nansure, I can bring back 4 for you with 50 spirit stones. Yung Jifeng. His gaze was blank. Song Nansure sighed, patted him on the shoulder, and said earnestly, "There is something in this world called bargaining." As soon as Song Nansure finished speaking, Clancy, who had never lacked money in the first half of his life and knew nothing about bargaining, fell into an endless silence. Tragic, absolutely tragic. Even Song Nanshure's heart, which was as cold as iron, couldn't help but be slightly moved at this moment. She sighed and said earnestly, "It's okay. You've learned your lesson." As soon as he finished speaking, Yung Jifeng suddenly turned to look at her, and said thoughtfully, "Most of the things in the Xianyuan town market are actually overpriced. You need to bargain to buy things." While inwardly wondering where this otherworldly young master came from, Song Nansure nodded and said, "Yes, not just in Xianyuan town, but most merchants in the world are like this." Yung Jifeng nodded calmly. "If we are going to bargain, how much should we cut?" Song Nansure thought for a moment and gave him an example. "For example, the person selling you a donkey says it costs 50 spirit stones." Yung Jifeng nodded. Song Nansure, "Then you should first ask him if he'll sell 5 spirit stones." Yung Jifeng. He slowly opened his eyes wide. Seeing the incredulous look on his face, Song Nansure waved his hand and said, "Bargaining is definitely a two-way street, you know. If you don't cut the price all at once, how can you give people room to raise it?" Yung Jifeng seemed to be deep in thought. A moment later, his gaze fell on her, and he suddenly said, "This is the first time we've met, and you're charging me 10 spirit stones for fortune-telling." Song Nansure. She suddenly had a bad feeling. Yoon Ji-fan said calmly. In other words, I should have asked you back then whether one spirit stone counts. Song Nansher. Damn it. She reminded her. I gave you a 15% discount. Yoon Ji-fan nodded expressionlessly. Yes, you've earned 7.5 spirit stones more than I have. Song Nansher, you're pretty good at math. Yoon Ji-fan, thank you. Song Nansher began to consider whether to add a clause to his banner stating no bargaining. In all her years of fortune-telling, she's rarely encountered anyone trying to bargain, since everyone worries that if they try to lower the price, the result of the fortune-telling might also be lowered. Song Nansher never worries about being bargained down. But after teaching Yoon Ji-fan, she felt she probably needed to be worried. As she muttered her displeasure, a barely perceptible smile flickered across Yoon Ji-fan's face. Fearing that things might go wrong if they stayed too long, the three of them rode 2 donkeys to the crematorium of their second senior sister. Brother 42 was tied to the back of a donkey and was thus brazenly paraded through the city. Song Nansher was the fortune-teller Song from Xianyang Town, a familiar face. Seeing her directly tie up a person, some people couldn't help but ask curiously, what is fortune-teller Song doing? Song Nansher spoke frankly. Send this brother to the crematorium. Upon hearing this, the man's expression towards Brother 42 was immediately filled with pity. Although his face was covered by a black cloth so his features couldn't be seen, he looked quite young. It's such a pity that he died so young. Because they were going to a crematorium, the man assumed that this man, who was 42 years old, was a Buddhist. He very politely put his hands together and said Amitabha in the direction of the man. The word spread quickly, and the 2 of them, chanting Amitabha all the way, safely led the assassin through the bustling city. Yoon Ji-fan, experiencing such blatant murder and robbery for the first time, was speechless. He clearly lacks experience. He said sincerely, you have quite the nerve. Song Nansher raised an eyebrow. I'm telling the truth. She said she was taking people to the crematorium. So the whole town watched as she took someone to the crematorium. As for whether they bring living or dead people, and whether they are going to burn the bodies or work as employees, that depends on their own thoughts. After passing through the bustling city center, Yoon Ji-fan relaxed his vigilance slightly and unconsciously began to circulate his spiritual energy to heal his injuries. Since 3 months ago, circulating his spiritual energy to heal his injuries whenever he had free time has almost become an unconscious action for him. But this time, after a short while, Yoon Ji-fan stopped using his spiritual power and looked thoughtfully at Song Nansher's back. His spiritual energy shifted rapidly. Although it was very subtle, Yoon Ji-fan, who had a strong sense of control over his body, still noticed it keenly. Is his injury starting to heal, or? No, neither his injuries nor the techniques he used were any different from usual. The only change was that Song Nansher was now by his side. And that donkey. He recalled his earlier guess. His Qilin blood jade was on that donkey. With the Qilin blood jade by his side, his cultivation and recovery from injuries would be much faster. The changes he has undergone during his cultivation now seem to confirm that guess. But Yoon Ji-fan's expression became indescribable. Is the Qilin blood jade really on a donkey? Perhaps I should stay by Song Nansher's side and test the waters a bit more. Yoon Ji-fan seemed to be deep in thought. Half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of the crematorium. The senior sister, having received the news, was already waiting here early. But before the second senior sister could express her gratitude to her junior sister for supporting her crematorium business, she looked up and saw Yoon Ji-fan getting off the donkey. She was startled. Clouds cease their winds. The second senior sister suddenly became more alert and pulled her junior sister behind her. Song Nansure looked bewildered. Senior sister. Yoon Ji-fin also raised his head, looking completely bewildered. The second senior sister's face tightened. In her previous life, she left the boundless sect after her master's white moonlight returned, and her contact with her fellow disciples and even the entire cultivation world greatly decreased, but she still recognized Yoon Ji-fin. The promising prodigy of the Yoon family was abandoned by the family without warning and remained silent for many years. Just when the entire cultivation world had almost forgotten about him, he returned to the cultivation world by slaughtering the entire Yoon family. Heretical cultivator, demon. In her past life, when she first met Yoon Ji-fin, he was covered in blood and was fighting fiercely with her senior brother Jiangji. The entire cultivation world was baffled as to why these two had come to blows, but they seemed to have become mortal enemies ever since. Until her death, the two remained locked in a battle. Now, seeing the demon from her past life appear before her without warning, how could she not be terrified? But her foolish junior sister was completely unaware of her vigilance. Seeing that she didn't speak, she actually walked straight out from behind her and said to the demon in a familiar tone, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and take him off the stage." The great demon in her eyes responded expressionlessly and obediently began dismembering the person. Zhu Xiu. Am I seeing things, or am I behaving myself? While she was questioning her existence, her junior sister was still expressing her dissatisfaction. Go easy on him, young master. He's not an enemy anymore, but a source of income that can be generated for 12 hours straight. Yoon Ji-fin, I understand. He moved quietly. Zhu Xiu. She felt that something was wrong with the world. She began to vaguely recall her past life, wondering if her third junior sister had any connection with this demon. But she had tried many times since her rebirth, and she knew that there was something wrong with her memories of this third junior sister. She had a clear memory of her past life, but whenever it involved her third junior sister, it was as if a shadow had fallen over it. She had a vague intuition that her third junior sister had a close relationship with this demon. Are they very close? Under what circumstances can two people who are not related by blood be described as having a very close relationship? At this moment, Zhu Xiu's gossipy nature came out, and all the stories she had read in her 2 lifetimes flooded into her mind. What mortal enemies, what true love, what hatred born of love. Zhu Xiu seemed to be deep in thought. By this time, the demon had already removed the person from her body, and the third junior sister asked her expectantly, "Senior sister, what do you think of this person?" The demon watched her intently from the side. Zhu Xiu was startled. Without even looking, she said, "I'll take it." He paused, then added, "As for the referral fee, give my junior sister 100 spirit stones." Song Nanshure's eyes lit up. Yoon Ji-fin's hand holding the sword twitched slightly. He subconsciously looked at Song Nanshure. Song Nanshure happened to be looking over. After a pause, Song Nanshure cautiously asked, "Half and half?" Yoon Ji-fin nodded reservedly, agreed. Zhu Xiu. What do you mean by 50-50s? You're not talking about referral fees, are you? Ha ha, how could that be? This big devil wouldn't be short of money. Then she saw that when she handed the spirit stone to her third junior sister, Song Nanshure casually gave half of it to that demon. The demon accepted it as if it were perfectly natural. Zhu Xiu. Okay, he's missing it. Zhu Xiu completed a series of tasks, including taking over and assigning positions, in a daze. Seeing her junior sister happily leading her entourage away, She quickly grabbed her and asked in a low voice, "Junior sister, do you know who he is?" Song Nansher, "I know." Ju Xiu didn't know how much her junior sister actually knew when she said "I know." But she didn't dare to alert them, so after a moment of silence, she asked vaguely, "So what's your relationship?" Song Nansher considered it for a moment. Then she cautiously asked, "A partner of justice." After all, they had just dealt with the assassin together. Ju Xiu, "I don't understand." But they shouldn't be closely related to each other as mortal enemies. She felt a little relieved and decided to pay more attention to this junior sister in the future, lest this devil bewitch her. She watched as the two walked side by side to the door, and in unison mounted two almost identical donkeys. As the sun sets, the donkey's shadow stretches very long. At that moment, a word flashed through Ju Xiu's mind. "Couple of donkeys." Ju Xiu, "She's gone mad." On the other side, Song Nansher was in a good mood after making a free spirit stone, and even Yun Jifeng seemed more pleasing to the eye. She had other plans in mind. If there was a first pursuer, there should be a second, and then she would send that person to the crematorium to be a laborer for 12 hours a day. Song Nansher felt that he had found a sustainable path to wealth. But this is on the premise that the clouds stop blowing. Song Nansher felt he needed to build a good relationship with Yun Jifeng. She touched her storage ring and said very politely, "Brother Yun, regarding the matter of the ferocious beast some time ago, my senior uncle from Beast Taming Peak gave me some spirit stones as compensation. I thought that since you also contributed, you should naturally have a share of these spirit stones. What do you think, Brother Yun?" She spoke, but didn't move her hand at all. Given Yun Jifeng's prideful nature, he will definitely refuse, which will allow her to both protect the spirit stones and build a good relationship. To everyone's surprise, Yun Jifeng glanced at her and said, "Half." Song Nansher, "He has grown up." Song Nansher said expressionlessly, "My martial uncle gave me 50 spirit stones, and I'll give you 25. Yun Jifeng remained expressionless. "Oh, I didn't expect the boundless sect to be so stingy." Song Nansher, "He has really grown up." "So did you give him the spirit stones in the end?" Old Master Sure asked with great interest, holding a melon in his hands. Looking at the old man's undisguised schadenfreude, Song Nansher felt that he was truly a masochist. Knowing full well that the old man would never miss a chance to amuse her, she still eagerly came to show him this fun as soon as she returned to the Wuyang sect. She said expressionlessly, "I gave it to you, 300. Old Master Sure was greatly surprised. "You actually gave it to me? Knowing your personality, I thought you wouldn't give me a single penny. Could it be that you're the kind of person who cares a lot about saving face?" Song Nansher scoffed, "What's face compared to spirit stones?" Old Master Sure, "Then you." Song Nansher said expressionlessly, "Because he learned how to bargain." Moreover, by applying this principle to other situations, they were able to negotiate a lower price using her as a counteroffer. Old Master Sure looked at her with pity, but his voice was filled with undisguised schadenfreude. "It's all right. Let's just consider it a lesson learned. Ho ho." Song Nansher, 2 hours ago, she said those words to that young master. "I didn't expect the boomerang to hit so fast." At this point, the old master could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter, saying, "What did I tell you? Your destiny is not to hold on to wealth. What are you still struggling for?" Song Nansher was indignant upon hearing this and retorted, "Even if I lost those 300 spirit stones, the rest are still in my hands." She straightened her chest. The old man chuckled, "That only means you'll lose a lot of money in the future." You little fool, you still have the nerve to be proud? Song Nansho reached out and snatched the melon from his hand. The old master was displeased. Respect your teachers. You little brat, do you even know what respect for your teachers means? Song Nansho casually retorted, let's talk about that when you become my master. The old man immediately fell silent. He hasn't taken on any new disciples since the deaths of his 13 apprentices, not even after teaching Song Nansho his skills from childhood. But actually, a long time ago, the sect leader saw that the disciple of the sword master of no return spent his days learning divination from the old master, and the sword master of no return, with his cold nature, didn't care much about his disciple. So he had the idea of having Song Nansho change his master to the old master. Firstly, they felt that having the disciple, sword master Bugua, made little difference. Secondly, they feared that the lineage of the Xiantang Peak diviners would be completely severed. Moreover, while others might not dare or be able to persuade the disciples of the sword master of no return to switch sects, the old master had no such concerns. He is of a high generation. Even the sword master Bugui has to call him uncle master. When he asks for a disciple, no one will say anything. The sect leader went to ask the sword master of no return, who said that the sword master of no return was dispensable. He went to ask the old man again, but the old man refused outright. Song Nansho, the person who almost switched allegiances, was the last to know. She probably knew why the old master had always refused to take on disciples. No one believed in fate more than the fortune teller. The old master had lost 13 disciples in a row, all of them dying tragically. He felt from the bottom of his heart that he was destined to be alone, and he would rather be the only one left on Xiantang Peak than take on any more disciples. If it weren't for Song Nansho's persistent pestering back then, he wouldn't have passed on his divination skills and would have intended to let them die out. Song Nansho knew this, but that didn't stop her from teasing him because of her young age. For half a month, she squatted at the old man's door every day, staring at him silently whenever he came out. For 6 months, the old man was so stalked that he would avoid her whenever he saw her. Even now, she still gets goosebumps when she mentions it. Seeing that the old master had given up, Song Nansho was finally satisfied. She said, I have something important to ask you. The old man looked uncomfortable. If you have something to say, just ask. Song Nansho took out paper and pen from his storage room and drew a picture in front of Master Shu. Do you recognize what this is? On the white paper is a pattern composed of complex cloud patterns. The old man frowned as soon as he saw it. Where did you get this from? Song Nansho saw it on the black-clad man, who had infiltrated Xianyuan town a few days ago in search of Yung Jifeng. Each of the men in black carried a token-like object, but they hid it well and rarely showed it. Occasionally, the same patterns as those on the tokens would appear on the clothes beneath their black robes. Song Nansho had a very good memory. He had only seen the pattern once by chance, but he had already memorized it. She casually remarked, I saw this on someone who came to me for fortune-telling but didn't pay. What is it? The old man glanced at her, but it was unclear whether he believed her excuse or not. He simply said, This is the crest of the Yung family of Songlou. The Yung family? Song Nan paused. The cloud stopped the wind. The old man had already pushed the pattern back and said slowly, I don't care if you re-encountered a fortune-teller who doesn't pay, but let me remind you, don't cause trouble, especially not with a big family that has been cultivating for thousands of years. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't even be able to collect your corpse. Song Nansho came to his senses. She waved her hand and said, I know. I'm even planning to take care of you in your old age." She waved and was about to leave. As she left the old man's courtyard, she suddenly paused. Damn it! She forgot to bring Yoon Ji-fan's donkey back. Song Nansho returned to his cave with a sour face. Little did she know that her second senior sister, Ju Shio, was waiting for her at the entrance of her cave, looking extremely anxious. Song Nansho was surprised. Hadn't they just met? Why were they here again? She asked, "Second senior sister? What's wrong?" Ju Shio had unspeakable suffering. Ever since her junior sister left with that demon, the phrase "couple donkeys" seemed to haunt her, constantly swirling in her mind. Adding to that the sight of the two walking side by side, Ju Shio felt she had finally seen the truth. They have a very close relationship. If two strangers with no blood relation are not mortal enemies, then what circumstances could they possibly have a close relationship? Unless his third junior sister is that demon's true love. The moment the thought crossed Ju Shio's mind, her first feeling was that it was outrageous, and her second feeling was that it was indeed true. The more she thought about it, the more convinced she became that it should be so. Looking back on their time together, their inexplicably tacit understanding seemed to confirm her suspicions. As a result, Ju Shio's heart grew colder and colder. A demon, and one who will become the enemy of the senior brother in the future. Wouldn't Song Nan be caught between his lover and his senior brother in the future? So heartbreaking. Ju Shio was so tormented by her own speculation that she couldn't sit still. When she thought of Song Nansho, she suddenly felt that she looked exactly like the heroine of those sadomasochistic novels on the market. Junior sister. That devil isn't worth it. She immediately tried to stop her junior sister from stepping into the sea of fire. Fortunately, Song Nansho had no idea what his second senior sister was thinking. If she knew, she would only see one thing. As expected of the female lead in the crematorium, her thinking is brilliant. Ju Shio pondered for a moment, looking at her junior sister, who was about to embark on a heart-wrenching love story, and slowly said, "Junior sister, actually I want to ask, what kind of person do you think Yoon Ji-fan is?" However, as soon as she asked the question, she realized something was wrong. Oh no, if I ask this, will my junior sister think I have feelings for that demon? Song Nansho's heart sank. She thought, oh no, could it be that my second senior sister, this rich woman, is trying to recruit Yoon Ji-fan as her startup employee? She felt this was very bad. The two sisters exchanged a glance, and even though their thoughts were completely different, their feelings perfectly overlapped once again. Looking at the wealthy senior sister in front of him, Song Nansho felt incredibly envious. But she is still a person with principles and bottom lines. Yoon Ji-fan has the ability to be recruited by rich women, and she cannot ruin his path to wealth. She could only help her senior colleague complete the employee evaluation, feeling sore all over. Yoon Ji-fan is a good person, she said reluctantly. He is kind-hearted and helpful. After all, he had saved her life before. Undeterred by hardship, rising to the challenge, even the 8-second true man displayed an earth-shattering momentum. Although he has his imperfections. For example, he actually cheated her out of money. But I believe he will change in the future. I will do everything I can to help him change. I'm sure I can get the money I threw into his hands back. She finished her evaluation in one go, feeling that she hadn't missed anything. So she thought sourly, Yoon Ji-fan is so lucky. He was recruited by a rich woman to be one of the first employees in her startup. He really saved himself 200 years of detours. But the more Ju Shio listened, the colder she felt. In her junior sister's eyes, that demon was actually a good person. However, since she said that the demon has imperfections, it is clear that she has discovered the evil side of the demon's personality. Even so, she was willing to help the devil correct his ways. Grass. She loved him so much. Jushio looked up at her beautiful junior sister, and was almost brought to tears by the abuse she had suffered. She reached out and hugged her junior sister, saying emotionally, "Junior sister, don't worry. Senior sister will definitely help you." If she could do it all over again, she would definitely help this junior sister. Song Nansure, who was suddenly buried in someone's chest. "Ha! What do you mean? You want to help her? Does it mean you'll hire her as an employee in the future?" At that moment, her senior sister had already let go of her and resolutely turned and left. She needs to make a plan. Song Nansure scratched his head inexplicably from behind. What does this mean? Should we hire her as an employee? She hasn't mentioned the social insurance, housing fund, or salary benefits. At this moment, the thought process of the woman in the crematorium is worlds apart from that of the office worker. That night, Song Nansure experienced firsthand the hardships and struggles of job hunting, and tossed and turned all night. The next day, she got up listlessly, looking very tired. But life had to go on, so she packed her things and prepared to head into the mountains. She needs to replenish her spiritual herbs today, as she's running out of materials for making pills next month. Bring along the alchemy cauldron. Bring along the alchemy furnace for cooking. She went down the mountain with a full load of things. As soon as she left the boundless sect, she saw her senior sister standing at the foot of the mountain, and the person she was talking to. "Yoon Ji-fin?" Song Nansure asked in confusion. Yoon Ji-fin, standing behind his senior sister, nodded to her and said, "The person I've been waiting for has arrived." Song Nansure ran over, asking, "Were you waiting for me? How did you know I was going out today?" Yoon Ji-fin said vaguely, "When you moved that person yesterday, you were very familiar with the nearby mountains and forests. You said you would go into the mountains to collect herbs on this day of every month." Song Nansure understood, "But I'm gathering my herbs. Why are you waiting for me?" Yoon Ji-fin said calmly, "I'm also going into the mountains to hunt today. Let's go together." After a moment's thought, Song Nansure's gaze fell on Yoon Ji-fin's donkey. The 300 spirit stones have already been spent, but this donkey must be returned. Moreover, an assassin came to capture him yesterday, and I don't know if there will be another one today, but if there is, he can recover some health today. She readily agreed, "Okay." Yoon Ji-fin's expression softened, and he glanced at Song Nansure's donkey without leaving a trace. "Very well. This time he'll test whether his injuries heal faster when he's with this donkey." The two, each with their own ulterior motives, exchanged a smile, and turned to leave. Jushio remained where she was, watching the two figures disappear into the distance, her heart sinking. Why are we hunting together? Is it necessary to wait here for my junior sister 2 hours in advance for a hunting trip? She felt she had discovered the truth. This devil must be madly in love with his junior sister. He even bought a donkey that was exactly the same as his junior sister's donkey. So heartbreaking. The average office worker and the future devil may never understand just how brilliant the imagination of a female protagonist in a crematorium novel really is. Yoon Ji-fin's mind was filled with the chilling blood jade, and his gaze kept falling on Song Nansure's donkey. Song Nansure was not to be outdone, glancing at the other's donkey intermittently, pondering how to make Yoon Ji-fin remember that the donkey was promised to her. The two protagonists, deeply in love and suffering, each harbored their own secrets, their hearts filled with thoughts of the other, the donkey, yet the atmosphere along the way was surprisingly harmonious. Song Nansher, you donkey. Yoon Ji-feng, this donkey. They spoke in unison, and then stopped abruptly. Their eyes met. Song Nansher was the first to react and took the initiative, immediately launching into a commercial eulogy about the other party's donkey. The straightforwardness of his words and the exaggeration of his language left Yoon Ji-feng stunned. He never imagined in his life that someone could exaggerate the feelings of a donkey so sincerely. I can't figure it out for him. He didn't want Song Nansher to gain the upper hand, so he gritted his teeth and tried to back down by complimenting each other. However, Quincy had only been on the run for 3 months, and he was not as thoroughly beaten down by life as Song Nansher. Even though he had learned the special skill of bargaining, Quincy still retained his pride and arrogance. He looked at that donkey-like face from left to right, but couldn't find a single suitable word to say. Quincy gritted his teeth and braced himself to speak, but then he saw Brother Donkey suddenly turn his head and glance at him, before launching into a tirade of discontent. Oh. Yoon Ji-feng. He slowly straightened up, unable to utter the words he didn't mean. He believes that everyone should have some bottom line. In this round, he was completely and utterly defeated. Upon seeing this, Song Nansher sneered. You're still too green to fight me. Having won the fight, Song Nansher held his head high, his dejection from being cheated out of 300 spirit stones completely gone. A subtle atmosphere hung between the two, and neither spoke for a moment. However, there are just so many people in this world who can't read the air. One of the cultivators who had traveled with them for a while saw Song Nan bragging about his donkey the whole way and wondered what was so interesting about it. He subconsciously turned his head to look at him. Then I was amazed by Song Nansher's appearance. Although Song Nansher was poor, if she was willing to rely on her looks, she wouldn't starve. The man was immediately struck by her beauty, and his vanity kicked in. He glanced at the poor, pale-faced man beside her, who could only afford to ride a donkey, then strutting away on his celestial horse. He said in a tone that was 1 part boasting and 9 parts breezy, "Fairy, what's so interesting about a donkey? Look at my celestial horse." Before he could finish speaking, both pairs of eyes turned to look at him. Yoon Ji-feng remained expressionless. Song Nansher sneered, "Are you alright? Want some plum juice?" Even Brother Donkey was unhappy about being belittled, so he opened his mouth and unleashed a barrage of attacks on the other party's Pegasus. The cultivator and the celestial horse. They slunk away. Song Nansher then withdrew his gaze and sneered, "I hate people who flaunt their wealth in front of me the most in my life." Upon hearing this, Yoon Ji-feng looked over with a complicated expression, hesitating to speak. "Do you think he's showing off his wealth to you?" Song Nansher, "What else?" Yoon Ji-feng. He understood why Song Nansher couldn't make a living based on his looks. After many twists and turns, they arrived deep in the mountains. Song Nansher skillfully began preparing his things, while Yoon Ji-feng searched for suitable hunting spots in the surrounding area and kept an eye on the donkey's movements. He needs to minimize his use of spiritual power now, before he can shield himself from the Yoon family's tracking of his spiritual power. Every time he uses his spiritual power, he is pointing the Yoon family in the right direction. That is why the prey he gets from his daily stalls is all obtained through years of swordsmanship and the strength of the swordsman himself. He was still injured, so he could handle ordinary prey or low-level spirit beasts, but he had to go around high-level spirit beasts. As he pondered this, he glanced casually in Song Nansher's direction. Then came a meal. "What are you doing?" His voice was full of confusion. Before Song Nansher were a purifying furnace, a large pot, and even several pots and pans. He didn't look like someone who had come to gather herbs. He looked more like someone who had come for a picnic. As he spoke, she was taking the turtle, which was inhabited by the shadow ghost, out, as if she was about to make turtle soup. Song Nansher looked up at him and said matter-of-factly, "I have a pill that requires fresh herbs to make, so I brought my pill-making tools with me and will make the pill on the spot." Yoon Ji-feng remained puzzled, looking at the broken alchemy furnace, but this damaged alchemy furnace shouldn't be able to refine pills. Song Nansher glanced at him dismissively. "Who said I used this to refine pills?" "Yoon Ji-feng, then you." Song Nansher placed the large iron pot in front of him and said, "This one." "Yoon Ji-feng. Although I am not an alchemist, I know this is outrageous." He muttered, "Then your alchemy furnace wouldn't be." Song Nansher smiled, revealing his teeth. "The cook." "Yoon Ji-feng. That's completely outrageous." He looked at her with a complicated expression. Does this girl know that a substandard alchemy furnace cannot produce elixirs? Or is it that others can't, but she can? Yoon Ji-feng seemed to be deep in thought. At this moment, Song Nansher no longer cared about the alchemy furnace. He released the tortoise, tied it to the rope, and said, "Tortoise, let's go find some spiritual herbs. You're so good at finding spirit stones. You can definitely find spiritual herbs too." The shadow ghost lay sprawled on the ground, utterly dejected. Seeing that the shadow ghost was still alive in her hands, Yoon Ji-feng asked curiously, "Using it to find spiritual herbs?" Song Nansher, "It says it has the bloodline of the treasure-hunting rat." Yoon Ji-feng, "This shadow ghost has had a tough time just to survive." The treasure-hunting rat truly has Song Nansher's lifeline in its grasp. Song Nansher led the shadow ghost to find the elixir. After walking a short distance, the shadow ghost saw that the surroundings were empty and immediately had the idea of escaping. Yoon Ji-feng saw it clearly and was startled. He was about to warn Song Nansher to be careful when Song Nansher reached out and patted the suddenly motionless shadow ghost, saying in an annoyed tone, "What are you slacking off for? Be careful you don't get paid." Yoon Ji-feng watched helplessly as the shadow ghost's true form was slapped back. Yoon Ji-feng. He looked up, his expression complex as he gazed at Song Nansher's retreating figure. This girl has something special about her. But now that Song Nansher is gone, then. Yoon Ji-feng's gaze involuntarily fell on the donkey that was leisurely grazing to the side. He knew his chance had come. On the other side, Song Nansher thought that this tortoise was indeed capable, worthy of having the bloodline of the treasure-hunting rat. Finding rare herbs with it is much easier than before. In just a quarter of an hour, she found several key medicinal herbs. Seeing the turtle panting and kicking its 4 little legs, Song Nansher finally decided to show some humanitarian spirit and find a sheltered spot for the turtle to rest for a while. Because she hadn't slept well the night before, she closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. As soon as the turtle saw that she had closed her eyes, its big, green bean-sized eyes darted around, searching for a new chance to escape. If it used to run away for its owner, now it runs away purely for itself. This Song Nansher, she's absolutely inhuman when it comes to exploiting turtles. It crawled stealthily, and just as it was about to crawl out of Song Nansher's reach, a roar that was almost inaudible to a human suddenly entered the shadow ghost's ears. The sound so loud that the entire turtle lost its ability to move. Birds in the woods took flight in fright. However, because the sound was not audible to humans or even cultivators, to humans it appeared as if a flock of birds had been startled in the forest for some unknown reason. The turtle didn't have time to think about what it was. It could only be thankful that Song Nansho probably couldn't hear the sound. But just as he was thinking this, Song Nansho suddenly opened his eyes. She picked up the turtle that had crawled to the side, looked into the distance, and frowned, saying, "What's that sound?" The turtle was startled. "She can hear me." At the same time, Yung Jifeng, who was engaged in a battle of wits with the donkey, also raised his eyes. West side of the mountain. Qi Shuang was struck back to his original form by a palm strike and fell heavily to the ground. The last demon that was chasing him was defeated before him and had no chance of survival. But he felt no relief whatsoever. He could feel the demonic power within his body rapidly draining away, and he couldn't even revert to his original form. If things continue like this, he'll die in the mountains sooner or later. He gritted his teeth and kept his mind clear. He was the crown prince of the demon race. 7 days ago, he led his people to inspect the territory of the western demon race. However, they were ambushed by a group of demons of unknown identity. The demons were extremely powerful, and his people fell one by one. He was chased all the way to the territory of the human race. He fought and retreated until today, finally killing the last ambush attacker. But who knew? Qi Shuang glanced at his original form. He needed to leave as soon as possible. He couldn't give anyone an opportunity. He used up his last bit of demonic power, didn't even glance at the ambusher's corpse, and turned to run away without looking back. The black shadow started through the forest like lightning. He didn't know how long he had been running. He had only one belief in his mind. He still didn't know who the demons who ambushed him were, so any demon could be his enemy. Right now, his best course of action was to seek help from the human race. Humans and demons rarely interact, so the possibility of them colluding is small. Therefore, even if he tries to lure them with benefits, it would be better than finding a demon who is neither friend nor foe. As long as they can contact their own troops through the human race. He sensed the presence of humans. Without hesitation, he headed straight for the aura. Then, bam! He suddenly bumped into something. His eyes rolled back, and he passed out. Before he lost consciousness, he heard a surprised female voice. Waiting for a rabbit to run into a tree stump. Waiting for a rabbit to run into a tree stump. Song Nansho sat up abruptly, staring dumbfounded at the creature that had suddenly rushed out of the forest and then, as if blind in one eye, had knocked him unconscious by crashing into a tree next to him. A black rabbit. She grabbed the rabbit by the ears, touched her chin, and seemed to be deep in thought. If a rabbit can knock itself unconscious while lying here, does that mean her luck is about to change? Looking at this lucky rabbit, Song Nansho immediately thought of all the ways to cook rabbit. Spicy rabbit head, braised rabbit meat, and the like. Song Nansho immediately got up and went back excitedly. She wanted to show off to Yung Jifeng. Holding a rabbit in one hand and a tortoise in the other, Song Nansho ran all the way to their campsite, beaming with pride. "Yung Jifeng, look what I caught." Before she could finish speaking, she suddenly stopped, her expression one of shock. Before him, the usually aloof and taciturn Quincy was using one long leg to brace himself against a tree while using both hands to forcefully pry open the donkey's mouth, wrestling with it. His handsome face was covered in sweat, and his expression was filled with murderous intent. The donkey struggled and screamed just like it was being slaughtered. Song Nansho suddenly ran over, and both the man and the donkey looked at her. The donkey immediately brayed in grievance. Song Nansho glanced at the donkey, then looked at Yung Jifeng, his face expressionless. "What are you doing?" She tried to remain calm. Yung Jifeng. He glanced at his own actions, then at her, and slowly, very slowly, lowered his hand. He said with difficulty, "Would you believe me if I said I had my reasons?" Song Nansure opened her red lips and said, "Ha." Yung Jifeng stood aside, sword in hand, watching expressionlessly as the donkey fawned over Song Nansure. Song Nansure acted like a foolish and incompetent emperor who had been deceived by the common people, and he could still feel sorry for that stupid donkey with its donkey-like face acting cute. Yung Jifeng found it painful to look at it even a couple more times, and turned his gaze away expressionlessly. He took a deep breath and raised his hand to rub his temples. To this day, he still can't understand how he got to this point. He, Yung Jifeng, spent the first half of his life as the prodigy of the Yung family, single-mindedly focused on cultivation. However, he was betrayed by his family and spent 3 months on the run from the behemoth that was the Yung family. During those 3 months, he doubted his family and himself. At the worst point of his injuries, his body and mind collapsed together. Yung Jifeng was well aware that, compared to his severely injured body, his mental state was in grave danger. He could still find the chilling blood jade to treat his physical injuries, but how could he convince himself to accept the betrayal of a family to which he had dedicated the first half of his life? Mental illness is difficult to cure. Yung Jifeng watched helplessly as his mental state crumbled little by little. He knew very well that if things continued like this, the final outcome would only be that he dragged the entire Yung family down into the abyss. Nan. Yung Jifeng glanced at Song Nansure expressionlessly. The donkey was the first to notice his gaze, and even in its busyness, it didn't forget to give him a provocative look from under its master's arm. Yung Jifeng. It's an eyesore to see a donkey's face making that expression. He looked away, his heart as still as water. Then he met Song Nansure. From then on, I was broke, got ripped off, and learned how to bargain. At a crossroads in his life, the Quincy went astray and left everyone else far behind. He really wanted to ask Song Nansure if she had any innate tendency to lose money, otherwise why would he be so poor after getting close to her? He now even has to outwit and outmaneuver a donkey. My mental state hasn't collapsed, which is hilarious. It's the lack of money that's causing my collapse. At this moment, Song Nansure had already comforted the stupid donkey and looked over, hesitant to speak. Her expression was complicated. Yung Jifeng, you can tell me if you have any difficulties. She had a guess in her mind. She lived in an era of information overload in her previous life, and she saw plenty of news about people who became psychologically disturbed and abused animals because of their unhappy lives. She felt that Yung Jifeng had finally gone crazy with poverty and had started abusing animals to vent his frustrations. So when she looked at Yung Jifeng, it was as if she were looking at a freak who was evolving. While lamenting that one can know a person's face but not their heart, one also marvels at the biodiversity of the cultivation world. First, there was senior brother Jiangji and old man Lu raising the banner of extreme animal rights, and then there was Yung Jifeng abusing animals. If Yung Jifeng and Jiangji were to meet one day, they would inevitably become irreconcilable enemies. Yung Jifeng didn't know what Song Nansure was thinking, but he felt that the girl's tone and eyes were very ominous. He needs to salvage his precarious image. Yung Jifeng took a deep breath and said coldly, "I've said before, I have my reasons for doing this." Song Nanshure's expression remained complicated. "Don't tell me you're just trying to see how strong the donkey's teeth are. Even a child wouldn't believe such an excuse." Yung Jifeng, who was just about to say he wanted to see the donkey's teeth, was speechless. He changed his story expressionlessly. "This stupid donkey eats randomly. I don't know what it swallowed, I just want it to spit it out quickly. Upon hearing this, Brother Donkey's eyes widened in surprise. You, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, are actually slandering someone's innocence out of thin air. Song Nansure didn't believe it either. What do you think is the essential difference between this reason and the reason I just gave? Yoon Jifeng no longer wanted to argue with Song Nansure on the donkey. His momentary lapse of judgment in trying to pry open the donkey's mouth was the stupidest thing he had ever done in his life, and trying to explain why he had to pry open the donkey's mouth would only make him feel even more stupid. He'd rather be a weirdo than a fool. So Quincy said in a very aloof tone, I have a clear conscience. Whether you believe me or not is up to you. After saying that, he turned and left, clutching his sword. Song Nansure quickly asked, Where are you going? Yoon Jifeng said coldly, Hunting. Song Nansure automatically interpreted it as a lack of money. Yoon Jifeng strode forward, his back view exuding an aura of I have a clear conscience. Song Nansure couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could it be that I really misunderstood Yoon Jifeng? She seemed to be deep in thought. As she pondered, her gaze fell once again on the rabbit that had been waiting for a rabbit to run into a tree stump. A black rabbit, that's really rare. Song Nansure lifted the rabbit's ears to examine them and was surprised to find that the rabbit's fur wasn't just ordinary black, but rather the legendary multicolored black. Song Nansure sighed with amazement. The world is truly full of wonders. With such a gaudy black fur, it must be very valuable. Song Nan seemed to be deep in thought. The unconscious demon prince felt a chill for no reason and shivered. After leaving, Yoon Jifeng headed directly to the other side of the mountain forest with a clear purpose. This direction is the direction from which I heard the demon's howl just now. The demon howl is an attack method used by the demon race in battle. It is generally only used against demons because human ears cannot hear the demon howl, not even cultivators. But Yoon Jifeng is different. His ancestors had the bloodline of the Qilin, and he himself is the Qilin child who has awakened the Qilin bloodline. The sound of demons howling indicates that demons are fighting in this mountain forest, and both sides in the battle are demons. This is very strange. It was already unusual for demons to appear in the territory of the Boundless Sect, let alone for two demons to fight directly on the Boundless Sect's territory. Countless guesses flashed through Yoon Jifeng's mind, but when he rushed to the place where the demon's howl came from, he only saw a demon lying on the ground with its original form lying on the ground. There is only one. Yoon Jifeng pursed his lips. When two demons fight, if one dies, the other will either perish along with the other or escape. Based on the timeline, he might even be in this mountain forest. In this mountain forest. During the Southern Song Dynasty, Yoon Jifeng's expression changed drastically. Without hesitation, he turned around and ran back to the camp at an even faster speed than when he came. When Yoon Jifeng rushed back as fast as he could, he was not met with a scene of carnage. Song Nansure was not only unharmed, but she was even sharpening a knife. Yoon Jifeng was taken aback for a moment before asking, Why are you sharpening your knife? Song Nansure turned his head, first in surprise, You're back so soon. As he spoke, a hint of disdain crept into his eyes, as if to say, I never expected you to be so useless at hunting. Yoon Jifeng. He shouldn't have rushed back to save her. Perhaps noticing Yoon Jifeng's unusual expression, Song Nansure coughed and casually showed him the black rabbit. This is the one I caught. She said cruelly with a smile, Keep the fur, and we'll eat the rest of the rabbit. Yoon Jifeng had no intention of eating 8 rabbits at once. He just felt that the rabbit had come at the perfect time. He immediately stepped forward, casually took the dagger from Song Nanshi's hand, and used it to pry open the black rabbit's long fur to take a look. It has no demonic power, apart from its nice fur. It seems to be just an ordinary rabbit. He thought it through carefully and even examined it thoroughly to see if it contained any magical artifacts that concealed demonic power. No. Yoon Ji-fan breathed a sigh of relief. It seems to be just a coincidence. However, he was unaware that the royal family of the demon clan, the P02, was born with the ability to conceal their demonic aura. It was at this time that Qishun, the demon prince who had transformed into the original form of the whole rabbit, woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a cold-looking man gesturing with a dagger at him, his cold eyes full of scrutiny. Qishun was startled. However, before he could even think of how to escape in his current form, which was devoid of any demonic power, a woman's voice rang out, the same one he had heard before he lost consciousness. Yoon Ji-fan, what are you doing? The woman's voice was strange. Countless thoughts flashed through Qi Shuang's mind at that moment. He had heard from the elders of his clan that most human women are kind-hearted by nature and would not even bear to damage flowers and plants, even cultivators. The elders' prototype is a cat, a very weak race among the demons, unlike the whole rabbit, which, although small in size, has ancient bloodlines. Such a race is only despised among the demon race. Who would have thought that he would transform back into his original form and go to the human race, and in an instant become the darling of most of the women in a sect? Human woman, kind. Qi Shuang glanced at the indifferent man, then at Song Nansha, who looked very kind, and made a decision. At this moment, Song Nansha saw that Yoon Ji-fan looked like he was about to kill the rabbit, and instantly felt that he was more likely to abuse animals. Yoon Ji-fan didn't have time to argue with her about this. He only felt that the mountain forest was no longer safe. He needed to get Song Nansha to leave quickly so he could come back and investigate on his own later. So he said directly, "Let's stop here for today and go back." During the Southern Song dynasty, it was dispensable. She came here in search of those rare herbs, and now that she has found them, although the herbs needed for the elixir that needs to be refined on the spot are still nowhere to be seen, she has returned with a full load. So she said, "Okay." As soon as he finished speaking, the black rabbit, which had woken up at some unknown time, suddenly leaped and broke free from Yoon Ji-fan's grasp, jumping directly onto Song Nansha's shoulder. Upon seeing it, Song Nansha immediately felt that he and this rabbit were destined to be together, a destiny of eating and being eaten. She immediately said with affection, "Poor little rabbit, so cute. Come home with me, I promise to treat you well." One rabbit, 8 ways to eat it. Qi Shuang breathed a sigh of relief. This is a sure thing. Upon seeing this, Yoon Ji-fan couldn't help but shake his head. That stupid rabbit's life is over. Qi Shuang's peace of mind only lasted until Song Nan returned to his cave dwelling. Upon entering the cave, Qi Shuan saw the gentle and kind human woman, who had been so kind and gentle throughout the journey, gently tying it to the table with a kind and gentle smile, and then he took out the dagger he was familiar with. The gentle and kind human woman murmured to herself, "Should I have the spicy rabbit head first, or the braised rabbit meat?" Qi Shuang's hair stood on end. Gentle and kind? Is that what you call gentle and kind? Then all the women of the demon race are gentle and kind. Could it be that he, the dignified prince of the demon race, who did not die at the hands of the ambush, is now going to die on the human race's altar? Fortunately, Song Nansha was a diviner who placed great importance on ritual. There are specific rules about the order in which food is eaten and the order in which food is prepared. Song Nansure decided to cast a divination first to see which part of the body to eat first. Then she realized that she couldn't figure it out. Song Nansure. She looked at the rabbit in confusion. Has my fortune-telling skill declined to this extent? I can't even tell the fortune of a rabbit. If a diviner cannot perform a divination, there are only two possibilities. Either the person seeking divination is far more powerful than the diviner, or fate does not allow it. But both of these possibilities seem absurd when applied to rabbits. A rabbit? Wait. A rabbit? Song Nanshure's eyes instantly went blank. She seemed to remember that in the sweet romance novel where Yu Jiujiu was the female lead, the male lead was the crown prince of the demon race. What race did the book say the demon royal family was? Whole rabbit. Rabbit. Song Nansure, stimulating. She looked at the rabbit expressionlessly. In other words, this is the male protagonist, and she not only cannot kill him, but should ideally take good care of him. The book described how the female lead took care of the male lead. Oh, the whole rabbit clan eats spirit stones. Song Nansure. She immediately tore off a communication talisman. Is this Jiujia? I'm your senior sister. She felt that the female lead deserved this sweet romance. After Song Nansure hung up the communication talisman, she felt that God was playing a trick on her. For the first 17 years, she was just an ordinary, unremarkable person. But in that short month, she saw the main characters more often than she had in the previous year or two. The old man who picked up Long Aotian's jade pendant one day became a background character for the reborn female lead the next. This time it's even more outrageous. Goodness, they directly used her as a matchmaker for the male and female leads in a sweet romance novel. Song Nansure understood the urgency of the fact that the plots of these three books were about to unfold together. But she felt that she couldn't just exploit one NPC to the point of exhaustion. However, the male and female protagonists did not meet directly, but instead went through her, the matchmaker, which she found quite reasonable. After all, given the junior sister's severe social anxiety leaving her cave dwelling twice a month and the sack twice a year, on average the male and female leads must have accumulated a lot of karma over 800 lifetimes to meet under such difficult conditions. Song Nansure glanced at the male protagonist of Black Rabbit with an inscrutable expression. The demon prince was still tied to the table, his ears perked up and his dark rabbit eyes filled with vigilance. His expression was incredibly fierce. Song Nansure had no doubt that if she dared to make any rash moves now, this demon prince would give her a live demonstration of what it means for a rabbit to bite when cornered. But it doesn't matter. She has already notified the female lead, and she will be able to get rid of this hot potato soon. Of course, no matter how anxious she was, she couldn't just tell the female lead that her future husband was about to be skinned alive and that she should come and get him right away. Regardless of what the female lead thinks, there's also a male lead here who can understand human speech. Yu Jiujiu suffers from severe social anxiety and is easily fooled, but this male lead is said to be the crown prince who fought his way out of his father's 18 sons. He must be cunning, if not 1,000. She extended an invitation to her junior sister with a relatively reasonable reason, without making the male protagonist suspect that she had seen through his identity. Song Nansure reflected on his performance and words just now. Excellent, perfect, flawless. She's such a little genius. Seeing that she was about to get rid of this troublesome male lead, Song Nanshure's expression towards him softened a bit. Thinking about the misunderstanding earlier, Song Nansure felt that she needed to ease the tension between the male lead and the female lead before the male lead was taken away by the female lead. So she walked toward the desk with a kind smile on her face. The part about what she thought was kindness is now complete. In Chi Xuan's eyes, this terrifying human woman walked towards him with the expression of someone looking at ingredients. She was even holding a kitchen knife. Chi Xuan's expression turned fierce. He decided that if this woman really saw him as food, he would risk his life to take a piece of her flesh. She slowly approached, and Chi Xuan's heart tightened. Then he saw the terrifying woman gently untie the ropes binding him, and said with a smile, "Don't be afraid, little rabbit. How could I eat you?" She gently lifted him up. Then, without thinking, he blurted out, "So fat." Chi Xuan, this human woman really does want to eat him. Having inadvertently revealed her true feelings, Song Nansure coughed lightly and casually placed the rabbit aside, thinking about how she should give her junior sister a reasonable excuse when she arrived later. Just as she was thinking this, the communication talisman on her body started to get hot. Song Nansure picked it up and saw that it was Yu Jiaojiao's communication talisman. Song Nansure was immediately overjoyed. In a good mood, she answered the communicator, "Jiaojiao." Before she could finish speaking, Yu Jiaojiao on the other end said, on the verge of tears, "Senior sister, I'll come find you tomorrow. I can't come today. Senior sister Zhao is taking me to town." Song Nansure. Senior sister Zhao, Zhao Yan. Wait, what's going on? You two, a sweet romance novel heroine and a villain who broke off her engagement with a domineering male lead. When did you become so close that you can go shopping together? Before she could speak, Zhao Yan arrogantly said from the other end of the communication talisman, "I'm afraid you'll grow mushrooms in your cave. I'm happy to come and play with you, and you're not happy. Who is this? Your senior sister? Then let her come along, or we can go to her place." Upon hearing this, Song Nansure quickly replied, "Thank you. No need. Goodbye." Just kidding, if Xiao Yan really came, given her personality, the male lead might really turn into a pot of rabbit meat. After hanging up the communication talisman, Song Nansure frowned. She glanced at the rabbit she had placed aside. To avoid any unforeseen complications, she could simply send the rabbit to her junior sister directly. But even if the junior sister doesn't suspect anything, the cunning male lead might still become suspicious. In other words, this rabbit will have to stay with her for another day. Song Nansure. Her expression immediately turned blank. But at this moment, seeing the change in her expression, Chi Xuan couldn't even muster the thought of being wary. He could feel his body getting weaker and weaker. He could sense it himself, so Song Nansure could naturally see it too. So she became conflicted. Given the male protagonist's condition, he should at least be given some food to help him regain his energy. However, the male protagonist consumes spirit stones. Song Nansure. She got up, took a carrot from the kitchen, placed it in front of the rabbit, and said expressionlessly, "Eat." What nonsense about him eating spirit stones. In the original story, the female lead didn't know that the male lead ate spirit stones for a period of time after discovering him, and she didn't actually raise him to death. Chi Xuan. Does the devil want him to eat a carrot, or is he planning to steal him with this carrot? In the end, Song Nansure decisively locked the rabbit and carrot together in the cage to prevent his junior sister's future boyfriend from running away. Out of sight, out of mind, she stepped out of the cave for some fresh air. As soon as I stepped outside, I saw Brother Donkey frolicking all over the ground. Song Nansure suddenly felt like she had run a breeding farm, with turtles 1 minute, rabbits the next, and donkeys the next. She thought she should have become a disciple of the beast-taming pig back then. She stepped forward and said, "Brother Donkey, stop playing around." Brother Donkey came running over, wanting to pull Song Nansher to play together. However, as soon as he got close, Brother Donkey suddenly stopped, a look of pain on his face. Before Song Nansher could react, it began coughing wildly and shaking its head erratically. Song Nansher was startled. "Brother Donkey, what's wrong with you?" She went over to check on the situation, but after taking only 2 steps, she saw the donkey suddenly vomit something, which landed right at Song Nansher's feet. After vomiting, it looked comfortable, and before Song Nan could even check on it, it immediately ran off happily. Song Nansher frowned. Before checking on Brother Donkey's condition, he glanced at what Brother Donkey had vomited. "It's a red stone." Song Nansher took out a handkerchief, wrapped the thing in it, picked it up, and looked at it in the sunlight. "It has a beautiful color, like jade, but it is much harder and more turbid than jade, more like a beautiful stone." Although it was spat out by the donkey, its surface was exceptionally clean, without a trace of dirt. As Song Nansher looked at it, he suddenly remembered that when they were still in the mountains, Yoon Ji-Feng said that he had to pry open the donkey's mouth to make it spit out the food because the donkey had swallowed something carelessly. And now, a stone has actually been spat out. Could it be that what Yoon Ji-Feng said was true, and that he wasn't some kind of animal abuser? Song Nansher realized his misunderstanding and immediately felt guilty. Looking left and right, she casually tossed the stone into her storage ring. "Forget it, I'll find a chance to apologize to Yoon Ji-Feng." After seeing Song Nansher off, Yoon Ji-Feng went to the deep mountains alone again. This time, he still came up empty-handed. He did not find the second demon. Yoon Ji-Feng didn't know if this counted as good news. After returning from the mountains, he had nowhere to go, so he simply went back to town and continued to set up his stall. Initially, he set up a stall not to sell things, but purely to gather information. But now, "Let's sell whatever we can." He carried his prey to his stall and took a bite. Diagonally opposite him was Song Nansher's fortune-telling stall. She wasn't there today, so the stall was empty. However, to the left of Song Nansher's stall, the sugar figurine stall that used to be there had moved away, and now Yoon Ji-Feng's gaze fell on the fluttering banner. Contentment with one's fate leads to a lack of worry. This is also a fortune-telling stall. Compared to the gaudy cloth banners of the Southern Song dynasty, this cloth banner is much simpler. Sitting at the stall was a young man. His face wasn't particularly outstanding, but he always had a smile on his face, which made people feel good at first sight. He seems to be a much more reliable diviner than Song Nansher. But Yoon Ji-Feng felt uncomfortable. He remembered Song Nansher, how she loved the sugar figurines at that sugar figurine stall. Every time she finished her fortune-telling for the day, even if it hurt her wallet, she would always buy a sugar figurine to eat. She was even happy to give the sugar figurine maker a free fortune-telling. For someone as fond of money as her, this already shows she really likes that person. Now that sugar figurine maker has moved away, and the person who moved in is someone who's competing with her for business, I wonder if she'll be angry. I wonder if she'll get angry. Yoon Ji-Feng shook his head, raised his eyes, and met the smiling eyes of the young fortune-teller. "My name is Ju Mingzi," he said. "Brother, would you like a divination?" Song Nansher locked the black rabbit in a cage for one night and meditated all night. The next day, both of them were listless, and it was unclear who had tormented whom. Song Nansher, with dark circles under his eyes, glanced at the black rabbit. "Good," He's not dead. She tossed another carrot to the black rabbit, ignoring its resentful look, and started counting on her fingers when Yu Jiujiu would arrive. She finally understood, without money, one truly doesn't deserve a sweet romance. This rabbit and the junior sister are a match made in heaven. Finally, Yu Jiujiu, the socially awkward female lead, arrived. She looked guilty and stammered as she prepared to apologize to her senior sister. Just then, Song Nansure almost burst into tears of joy and pulled her directly to the cage, saying, "Junior sister, look what this is." Yu Jiujiu's gaze fell down. Song Nansure was inexplicably excited. Here it comes. The first encounter between the male and female leads in this century is bringing an even stronger dose of romance. Spicy rabbit head. Then she heard Yu Jiujiu blurt out, "Song Nansure." She looked at Yu Jiujiu in horror. Female lead. Do you know what you're saying? Qi Shuang also looked at Yu Jiujiu in horror. At that moment, he understood everything. Why did this devil keep him for another night? It turns out she was going to turn him into spicy rabbit heads with someone else. Perhaps due to the overly silent atmosphere, Yu Jiujiu stammered, Did I say something wrong?" After she finished speaking, she explained, "It was yesterday. Yesterday, senior sister Zhao took me to eat spicy rabbit heads. As soon as I saw the rabbit, I accidentally." Song Nansure said with a dark face, "Spend less time with Zhao Yan in the future. She will corrupt the children." Yu Jiujiu obediently replied, "Yes." Song Nansure composed himself and recited the lines he had prepared the day before. She said gently, "Junior sister, when the Spirit Beast Pavilion opened last time, I saw that you really like small animals, but due to an accident, you didn't get to choose one in the end. How about this rabbit? I caught it in the mountains yesterday. I'll give it to you as a pet." As soon as she finished speaking, Yu Jiujiu looked up in surprise. She didn't look at the rabbit, but those eyes that rarely met people's gazes looked at her. She was surprised and overwhelmed. "You said this is for me. This is the first time someone has ever given me a gift." Song Nanshure's smile faltered for a moment, and for a brief instant, he suddenly felt despicable. "She's so happy." After a moment of silence, she said softly, "Pick it up and take a look. It will bring you good luck." Yu Jiujiu was flattered and picked him up. The usually wary black rabbit paused for a moment when she was pulled into her arms, then inexplicably felt relaxed. She has a very reassuring aura about her. Song Nansure stepped forward and patted her head, saying meaningfully, "From now on, he's yours." Yu Jiujiu nodded repeatedly. Song Nansure laughed, took out a book from his storage room, and said, "There's also this, take a look at it too." Yu Jiujiu looked down. "One rabbit, 8 ways to eat it." Yu Jiujiu. She stammered, "So, it's still spicy rabbit head?" Qi Xuan. She really is a devil. Song Nansure also lowered his head, looked at it, and fell silent. She calmly replied, "I took the wrong one." I rummaged through it again, and there was another book. "How to Train Your Pet." Song Nansure said meaningfully, "Of course, if the pet is disobedient, the first book can still be used." Qi Xuan felt a chill run through his body. After seeing off the couple who might have the most expensive romance in history, Song Nansure stewed the remaining radishes in one pot. Whether the protagonist's love is earth-shattering or heart-wrenching, for a nobody like her, life still goes on, and she still has to eat. Even the poorest person has to keep making money. Song Nansure picked up his tools of the trade, preparing to make the most of his time to return to his regular job while serving as a background NPC for the male and female leads. Setting up a fortune-telling stall. Before leaving the house, she opened the fortune-telling system as usual and drew a fortune stick. As soon as she saw the fortune stick, she felt that something was wrong. Good fortune and misfortune are intertwined. This is a neutral outcome. Song Nan hesitated for a moment, unsure whether the fortune slip meant good fortune slips are all correct or bad fortune slips are all feudal superstition. But she soon stopped worrying about it because she saw the date shown on the fortune slip. February 15th. Song Nansho remained silent for a moment, then his expression became distorted. In modern times, there is something that students dread: exams. There's a word that office workers grit their teeth over: performance. Song Nansho thought that the biggest benefit of his time travel was that he was away from exams and performance evaluations. But she was too naive. The Wuyang sect has a clear rule that disciples below the Golden Core stage must participate in a theoretical examination in the middle of each month. Monthly exam. Song Nansho didn't understand why cultivation required theory. Later, someone explained that when the Wuyang sect was first established, it emphasized practical combat while neglecting theoretical education. In a short period of time, it produced a large number of outstanding disciples, but later these disciples all developed mental problems, so the Wuyang sect had to learn from its mistakes. However, there are also rumors that the real reason was that during that period, the Wuyang sect produced several illiterate people who couldn't even recognize all the characters. When they competed with other sects, they mispronounced the names of their moves and were ridiculed for decades. Song Nansho. So, their generation has to take exams. Actually, you don't have to take the exam, provided you complete 15 unpaid tasks for the sect every month. Either exams or performance reviews. Rather than working for someone else for free, Song Nansho chose to take the exam. With a heavy heart, Song Nansho went to the law enforcement hall to register for the sex assessment that evening. By this time, quite a few people had arrived at the hall of enforcement. Everyone looked very sad, not like they were there to register for an exam, but more like they were attending a funeral. The senior apprentice who was registering them was very displeased. "What's wrong with you all? You all look like you've lost your parents. Give me a smile." Everyone burst into bitter laughter. This senior apprentice. He sat back down expressionlessly. Squeezed through the grieving crowd, Song Nansho finally managed to register. As soon as he squeezed out, he saw senior brother Long Aotian, whose expression was equally grim, standing outside the crowd. Song Nansho felt a sense of familiarity, never expecting that even Long Aotian would have a day when he was worried about exams. The old man Lu beside him patted his chest confidently and declared, "Don't worry, a mere theoretical test below the Golden Core stage is no challenge for this old man." Song Nansho looked at old man Lu as if he were looking at a learning machine. But Jiang Ji had a strong sense of morality, and he retorted, "When it comes to cultivation, if you don't know it, you simply don't know it. Even if you do it for me, I still won't know it." Old Lu muttered something unhappily, but there were too many people and Song Nansho couldn't hear him clearly. She glanced at it again, then turned and left. At that moment, she heard a word from the old man. "Baiwu Secret Realm." Song Nansho paused involuntarily, and then heard more. News about the White Wutong Secret Realm will be released in 2 days. It's a once-in-50 years opportunity. You must prepare well. Song Nansho understood. "Got it," is the old man with the golden finger giving Long Aotian a chance. She remembered that Jiangji had experienced quite a few secret realms in the original novel, and she didn't know which opportunity this was. Since it wasn't going to make her any money, she wasn't very interested and turned to leave. Then came the passionate voice of the Golden Finger. Even if you don't care about the vast expanse of spiritual herbs, the caves full of spiritual stones, and the countless magical artifacts, don't you care about your own strength? Song Nansure suddenly stopped in his tracks. Vast fields of spiritual herbs, caves filled with spiritual stones, countless magical artifacts. You don't care about any of this? Long Aotian, are you even human? Song Nansure was so jealous that he turned into a lemon, twisting his body in frustration. But in order to avoid them finding out, she ultimately left with a bitter taste in her mouth. After she left, Old Man Lu glanced behind him as if he had something in mind and said, "I think I saw your third junior sister." Jiang Jijua replied normally, "Today is the assessment, and they're probably here to register as well." Old Man Lu stopped thinking about it and continued to explain the benefits of the White Wutong secret realm to him. On the other side, Song Nansure rode his donkey leisurely towards Xianyuan Town, his mind filled with thoughts of the Baiwu secret realm. Baiwu, what beautiful words! The white in Bai refers to the white of a spiritual stone that emits a white light. The Wu radical symbolizes countless spiritual herbs. Song Nansure felt that this might be what it felt like to be in love. Unfortunately, this is where Long Aotian gets his chance. Who knows who will become cannon fodder? Song Nansure was torn about whether he should risk his life for the beauty he loved. This is probably the feeling of being anxious and uncertain in love. Song Nan sighed and prepared to ask around about the White Wu secret realm after he returned. The donkey was completely oblivious to its master's insecurity about love. It only thought that Song Nanshure's constant sighing and chuckling meant he was probably sick. With their own thoughts, the man and the donkey arrived at Xianyuan Town. As soon as they arrived, Song Nansure felt that something was wrong. She squinted, looking at the stall next to her. Beside her stood a kind and approachable uncle who used to sell candy. Now, a young man is sitting there, with a cloth banner that looks very familiar to her. Diviner. The Wuyang sect has no other diviners. This person must have come from outside. I ran into someone stealing my business on my own turf. Yung Jifeng walked up to her without her noticing and said calmly, "That person called himself Zhu Mingzi, and he is also a fortune teller." Song Nansure paused, then asked in surprise, "Cash a seat." Yung Jifeng, what's wrong? Song Nansure, it's nothing. It's just that cassia seeds are a medicinal herb that clears heat and detoxifies, and also treats constipation. I wonder what his parents were thinking when they named him with such a medicinal name. But none of that is the most important thing. The most important thing is that Song Nansure had a cassia seed pillow in his previous life. So now, whenever she hears this name, she thinks of a pillow. But she was very confident, patting her chest and saying, "I, Song Banxian, have been operating here for many years. There's no way I'll have my business stolen by a pillow. Don't worry." As she spoke, she calmly set up her stall and took out a spare old tortoise shell. Yung Jifeng. He looked at Song Nanshure's confident expression, then hesitated to speak. Although he didn't know why she was called a cassia seed pillow, in his eyes, this smiling and kind young man was not someone to be trifled with. Yung Jifeng scrutinized the cassia seeds for a moment, then turned and returned to his stall, his expression indifferent. At this moment, Song Nansure had already gotten into position and was ready to open for business. She glanced at Pill Brother without leaving a trace. Pill Brother probably just happened to turn around and meet her gaze. He smiled and nodded at her. Song Nansure narrowed his eyes. All afternoon, Song Nansure secretly competed with his pale brother. Then she realized that she didn't know if this guy's fortune-telling skills were as good as hers, but he must have mastered the art of speaking. For example, Song Nansure happened to run into a fellow disciple who was also going to take the test that night. This guy needs to calculate his chances of passing the exam tonight. Song Nansure. While others cram for help at the last minute, you're too lazy to even do that and just resort to metaphysics. She was almost certain of her fellow disciple's fate. However, out of professional ethics, she still dutifully did the calculations. Then it was discovered that the chances of this guy passing the exam were practically zero. This. Song Nansure felt that saying this would put both of them in a difficult position. But it doesn't matter. She did learn the art of speaking after all. After a moment's consideration, Song Nansure asked kindly, "Junior brother, this time the test is on understanding classical texts. Do you like this subject?" This junior brother can't say he doesn't like it, so he can only stammer that he does. Song Nansure then revealed a relieved smile. She said, "Then congratulations. You'll have another chance to continue taking this course next month." The junior brother. This junior brother also has high emotional intelligence. He understood it instantly. In other words, he has to retake the exam next month. The junior brother remained silent in front of her stall for a long time, then put down the spirit stones and left with heavy steps. Then, unwilling to give up, he sat down at the pill vendor's stall. Song Nansure was filled with resentment. Anyway, the result is the same no matter how you calculate it, so she'll see if this pill brother can come up with something interesting. As it turns out, pill brother didn't calculate a single flower, but he did describe one. In the following time, he showed Song Nansure the advanced version of the art of speaking. He glanced at the divination result, smiled, and launched into a tirade of inspirational platitudes. His words made the junior apprentice suddenly realize the truth, bursting into tears. Before he could even finish speaking, the junior apprentice was already weeping over the lost time he had spent. Song Nan was already extremely shocked when he arrived at this point, but the other party was not finished yet. After comforting his junior brother for a while, he took the opportunity to start selling his courses. Song Nansure. Song Nansure. Are you doing fortune-telling or pyramid selling? Song Nansure watched in shock as his junior brother was persuaded to give him money for divination and purchase lessons, and then excitedly said he wanted to make him a banner. Song Nansure wanted to call the police. After his junior brother left, pill brother turned his head and saw Song Nansure with his mouth still open. Pill brother smiled slightly and nodded to her, saying, "I am Jumingzi, from the Kanwu sect." Song Nansure immediately closed his chin with a reserved air and nodded, saying, "Song Nansure, Wuyang sect." Pill brother glanced at her and said, "Wuyang sect is indeed a place of outstanding people and abundant resources." Before Song Nansure could figure out what he meant, Yun Jifeng had already stepped in front of her and said coldly, "Of course." Pill brother smiled, didn't mind, got up, packed his things, and left. As he left, a piece of paper fell out of his body. Before Song Nansure could call him, he had vanished. Song Nansure bent down to pick it up, but Yun Jifeng picked it up first, his brows furrowed. Just as Song Nansure was about to look, he felt a movement in his sleeve. Looking down, he saw that the turtle had crawled out at some point and was secretly crawling in the direction that his pill brother had left. She casually picked up the turtle. Looking at what Yun Jifeng was holding, Song Nansure discovered that it was something like a promotional poster, which said that the Kanwu sect had discovered a new secret realm, but because the sect had few people, it was recruiting cultivators to explore it. The name of the secret realm is Black Phoenix Secret Realm. Song Nansha immediately thought of the White Wu Secret Realm. What kind of secret gossip site is this, trying to ride the wave of trending topics? But before she could even frown, she saw the conditions for recruiting cultivators. 1,500 spirit stones daily, and nothing will be taken from anything obtained in the secret realm. Song Nansha. She murmured, Yoon Ji-fan, I'm in love again. Yoon Ji-fan, who was deep in thought. He looked at her in astonishment. White Wutong, Black Wutong, this isn't about who's riding whose coattails. It's clearly a display of red and white roses. It's paradise. Before she could even snap out of this paradise, she heard Yoon Ji-fan's strange voice say, again. In love? Song Nansha then said with annoyance, Am I not the only woman in the world who has fallen for two people? Yoon Ji-fan. He slowly, very slowly, closed the paper in his hand, looking at Song Nansha with a shocked expression. He felt that he had underestimated Song Nansha. She really does have something special about her. At first, when Song Nansha heard the name Baiwu Secret Realm, he was tempted, but that was all he felt. After all, the mortality rate in classic male-oriented cultivation novels is well known. In Song Nansha's previous life, someone did some statistics and found that the death rate of the male protagonist in a popular male-oriented cultivation novel was almost as high as that of a famous death god elementary school student. Song Nansha felt that it wasn't impossible to make her take this risk, but she would have to pay more. Then she turned around and ran into someone offering to pay more. Explore new dungeons. 1500 per day. All rewards from dungeons are free. What a philanthropist and living bodhisattva. She can do it again. Money doesn't matter. The main thing is to train myself and, incidentally, make a positive contribution to the exploration of secret realms, benefiting the cultivation world. Despite the corrupting influence of money, Song Nansha managed to retain a sliver of rationality. Her past life's experience taught her that if a high-paying job comes knocking on your door for no apparent reason, you should first ask yourself if you deserve it. Capitalists aren't philanthropists. They give you money so you can make them more money. If you don't have the ability but still get lucky and get that prize, you should probably worry about your kidneys. Song Nansha did not want to be tricked into going to Gashan in northern Myanmar. She seemed to be deep in thought. At this moment, Yoon Ji-fan had recovered from his shock and hesitated before saying, Song Nansha, you. Song Nansha said immediately, I'll head back to my sect now. We'll meet again another day. With that, she mounted her donkey and rode away, also taking the poster from his hand. Yoon Ji-fan looked at Song Nansha's retreating figure with a complicated expression. Her words echoed in his ears again. Am I the only woman in the world who has fallen for two people? Is this what they call having two relationships at once? Why is she in such a hurry? Is she going to find the two people she likes? Yoon Ji-fan's first reaction was that it was impossible. Song Nansha was not that kind of person. The reason he said she wasn't that kind of person wasn't because he had high expectations of Song Nansha's character, but because she was extremely poor. He felt that, given Song Nansha's personality, if she spent time on romance, she would feel that it was delaying her from making money. Becoming a player isn't something anyone can do. It involves not only financial costs but also time costs. Song Nansha happened to have neither of these. For her to waste time and money trying to have her own two relationships, unless both of them are made of spirit stones. Thinking this, Yoon Ji-fan's expression softened involuntarily. But realizing what he was thinking, his expression turned cold again. He can barely take care of himself, so what right does he have to judge others? He had been in the Yoon family for so many years and still couldn't see into people's hearts, yet he dared to speculate about others after knowing Song Nansho for less than a month. He sat back down at his stall with a cold expression and closed his eyes. After an unknown amount of time, he noticed someone standing in front of his stall. Before he even opened his eyes, he heard a lazy voice say, "Hey buddy, do you know where Master Song is?" Yoon Ji-fan opened his eyes and saw a languid and charming female cultivator. She was a female cultivator from the Hehuan sect who had consulted a fortune teller at Song Nansho's fortune-telling stall. Yoon Ji-fan's expression was indifferent. She went back. The female cultivator from the Hehuan sect immediately became worried. She said, "What should we do? The other day I asked the fortune teller which one I should choose between the senior brother and the junior brother. The fortune teller suggested that I, as an adult, should choose both. But now the truth has come out, and the senior brother and the junior brother are fighting. When I arrived, they were almost killing each other. I was waiting for the fortune teller to give me some advice. It's a matter of life and death." Yoon Ji-fan. The Hehuan sect is more than 2,000 miles away from the Wuyang sect. Instead of spending so much time traveling all this way to make a decision, Yoon Ji-fan felt that it wasn't too late for her to go back and collect the bodies of her senior brother and junior brother. Looking at the female cultivator in front of him, Yoon Ji-fan suddenly felt that Song Nansho's two-timing wasn't so shocking after all. At least she won't cause anyone's death, because she can't afford to pay the fine. Song Nansho rushed back, intending to first pass this month's exams, and then investigate whether the Black Wugu secret realm developed by the Kanwu sect was actually a fraudulent group. On the way, she happened to run into her senior sister Zhao Yan. Thinking of senior sister Zhao's almost all-knowing information network, she immediately grabbed the person and said with a smile, "Senior sister Zhao, what a coincidence." Senior sister Zhao looked her up and down, then said in a haughty and sarcastic tone, "Junior sister, you actually still recognize me." Song Nansho's eyes widened. There are still people in the Boundless sect who don't recognize senior sister. Jiao Yan. This guy surnamed Song is really good at being flexible and adaptable. Remembering that the two of them still had some connection with the Spirit Beast Pavilion, Zhao Yan said with a sour face, "All right, you busy person, you don't come here unless you have something to say. Just see what you need." Song Nansho smiled and said, "Senior sister Zhao understands me best." She then asked without any politeness, "Senior sister Zhao, have you ever heard of the White Wutong secret realm?" First, ask Long Aotian about the official version of the secret realm of chance. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yan glanced at her and exclaimed in amazement, "You're amazing. I only heard about the White Wutong secret realm from my father today. You're very well informed." Song Nansho said modestly, "Not at all, I only know the name. I need to hear more from my senior sister." Zhao Yan then said, "The White Wutong secret realm is a secret realm within the territory of Wanjian Mountain. It opens once every 50 years. The difficulty of the secret realm is not high, but it has been very popular for many years because of the legend that thousands of years ago, a powerful figure hid his natal cultivation technique in the White Wutong secret realm to await an inheritor. Although we haven't heard of any inheritor appearing over the years, the White Wutong secret realm is indeed quite popular because of this legend." Song Nansho understood. This is probably Long Aotian's lucky break this time. She thought for a moment and then asked, "Does senior sister know about the Kanwu sect?" Zhao Yan frowned upon hearing this. "Kanwu sect? A small sect, I've never heard of it." Song Nansho pondered. a sect that promised more than 1,000 spirit stones a day, yet Zhao Yan, the know-it-all, had never even heard of its name. Her heart sank. She then asked, "Have you ever heard of the Black Phoenix Secret Realm?" Zhao Yan scoffed out loud this time, saying without any politeness, "What kind of shoddy secret realm is this, trying to scam the White Wutong Secret Realm?" Song Nansha. Although she also felt that Bai Wu and Hei Wu were trying to scam her, but she said tactfully, it might be a legitimate secret realm after all. Zhao Yan said expressionlessly, "I've heard of people who went to the Three-Nose Secret Realm to try and get something for nothing, only to be scammed and forced into 200 years of hard labor. It was awful." Song Nansha. Great, senior sister Zhao also thinks this is a great kidney-tonifying group. Song Nansha was extremely depressed, realizing that the red rose in his heart might be a deceptive, shady secret place. She went to the enforcement hall for the exam in a depressed mood with senior sister Zhao. As soon as she entered the exam room, she ran into senior brother Long Aotian. The former engaged couple looked at each other for a moment, snorted, and then looked away. Song Nansha held his breath, sheepishly squeezed past the two of them, and found a seat. Long Aotian sat down in the first row with a cold face. Zhao Yan sat directly in the last row diagonally opposite him. By sheer coincidence, Song Nansha happened to sit right in the middle of the two people's diagonal line. She felt like she was just asking for it. Fortunately, the exam started quickly. The senior disciples of the enforcement hall personally wrote the exam questions in the air with their spiritual power, and soon several sheets of white paper appeared in the disciples' hands. Then the senior students stood in the examination hall, watching them intently as they answered the questions. It's very oppressive. It is said that the examination was held in the hall of enforcement so that it would be convenient to punish any disciples who cheated. Today's test focused on understanding classical texts, essentially assessing the disciples' familiarity with them. There was nothing particularly specialized. They were all common knowledge texts used in the cultivation world. As long as one doesn't misunderstand them, most will pass. Song Nansha, adhering to the principle that finishing the essay was a victory regardless of whether he could finish it or not, answered very smoothly. When Song Nansha answered the last question, the most challenging one, he put down his pen. It was an extremely obscure text that she had never even seen before. She glanced at the author. Lu Wuyan. Never heard of it. Song Nansha frowned, just about to use his talent to make up 200 words out of thin air, when he heard a proud voice, "I know how to do this." Song Nansha. The only one who dared to speak in this examination hall was Old Man Lu, who had followed Jiang Ji in. Old Man Lu, Lu Wuyan, a guess formed in Song Nansha's mind. Sure enough, the next moment, Old Man Lu said, "The 10,000 merits without limits is what I wrote." Song Nan remained calm and composed. At this moment, Old Man Lu was extremely pleased with himself, laughing heartily, making the original author understand their own classic work. Isn't that a piece of cake? Let me see what this question is asking. Is it about the author's state of mind at the time? State of mind, let me think. Song Nansha suddenly had a bad feeling. The next moment, Old Man Lu said, "Just write it down." The original author was dumped by his Taoist partner, so he put pen to paper and created a masterpiece. "Oh right, I remember I was a little full at the time, and when I was writing this part, I was thinking of finishing it quickly so I could digest my food." Song Nansha. She tore off 2 pieces of scrap paper without expression, crumpled them up, and stuffed them into her ears. She felt that if Jiang Ji really wrote it according to the original author's understanding, this question would probably be useless. Now she finally understands why some original authors can get 0 marks on their own reading comprehension tests. The exams in the cultivation world are different from those in modern times. The answers are announced on the spot after the exam, so that candidates who think they will have to retake the exam next month can be mentally prepared. After reading the answer, Song Nansho ignored the old man Lu's angry roar that how could I, the original author, make a mistake? It's all because of you bunch of idiots messing things up, and calmly returned to his cave. After returning, she rummaged through the clutter in the cave for half an hour and found a dusty book called The Record of 10,000 Sects. The Record of 10,000 Sects is essentially the cultivation world's version of the Friend of College entrance examinations. It records all the legitimate sects in the cultivation world that have been certified by the Immortal Alliance, from large sects like the Boundless sect to small sects with just a few people. As long as you go to the Immortal Alliance for assessment and the Immortal Alliance deems you qualified to become a sect, you will be listed in the Record of 10,000 Sects. And it will be updated at any time. Choosing a reliable sect is the best option on the path of cultivation. Song Nansho was brought into the Wuyang sect when he was only 6 months old, so he naturally didn't need this. This was originally something that Song Nansho couldn't sell when he was reselling the Wangzonggu. Now it has come in handy. Song Nansho quickly flipped through the pages until he reached the very last page, where he found the name Kanwu sect on the 8th page from the bottom. The faction was founded 50 years ago, and it was still a newbie. However, the sect emblem on that promotional poster was the same as the one on the Wangzonglu, indicating that it was a sect certified by the Immortal Alliance. Song Nansho felt that the possibility of the Kanwu sect being a Jiesheng group had decreased slightly. After a moment of contemplation, Song Nansho went to the library to check out the secret area that had been open to the public for nearly a century. Then she discovered that the Black Wutong Secret Realm, which tried to piggyback on the popularity of the White Wutong Secret Realm, wasn't the only one to do so. Because Song Nansho also saw the Green Wutong Secret Realm, the Purple Wutong Secret Realm, and the Blue Wutong Secret Realm. Together they can form a 7-colored rainbow. Song Nansho. Okay, they don't call it extortion, they call it riding the wave of trending topics to increase their popularity. She understood. After making a decision, Song Nansho went back and found the contact information for the Kanwu sect in the Record of 10,000 Sects, and tore off a contact talisman. The communication symbol was received very quickly. A young man's enthusiastic voice came from the other end. Hello, cultivator. This is the Kanwu sect. Song Nansho cut to the chase. May I ask if your sect has developed a Black Phoenix Secret Realm, but is short-staffed and is currently recruiting? The other person became more enthusiastic. Yes, may I ask you? Song Nansho didn't give him a chance to ask questions, seizing the initiative. Then may I ask if this secret realm has been reported to the Immortal Alliance? Can I find out the specific information? What is the level of the secret realm? Is the safety of the cultivators guaranteed? The other party was probably stunned by the question. After a moment of silence, he asked, Do you have the Kanwu sect's recruitment page on hand? Song Nansho glanced at the promotional poster and said, Yes. The other party said, Then please take a look. Song Nansho looked over in confusion, and was immediately shocked. The original picture on the poster disappeared, and everything that Song Nansho had just mentioned was displayed on the paper in detail. This is actually a two-way scroll. Song Nansho gasped in astonishment. To distribute a scroll as a poster, that's quite a grand gesture. Immediately, the man's low-key voice became anything but low-key. The Black Phoenix secret realm is not very dangerous. Cultivators below the foundation establishment stage can enter. You don't need to worry about your safety. Song Nansure was immediately filled with confusion. It's a secret realm with low danger worth hiring cultivators for 1,500 spirit stones a day. And with such a high-end poster. The young man calmly asked, "Do you want to know the real reason?" Song Nanshure's expression turned serious. "You speak." At this moment, Song Nansure thought, this small sect has already proven that it is indeed wealthy and can afford to pay salaries, so as long as the real reason is not too outrageous. Then she heard the young man give his simple reason, because our sect leader is a rich second generation. Song Nansure. The young man continued, if he doesn't manage his sect well, he'll have to go back and inherit his family business, so he's happy to spend money. Song Nansure. This reason is truly simple yet powerful. Song Nansure was deeply impressed. She asked her final question, does it include meals and accommodation? Do you reimburse round-trip travel expenses? Can you raise the price? And one more thing, Song Nansure said shyly, will the cost of this communication talisman be reimbursed? The guy. Song Nansure seemed to hear the other person gritting their teeth. Fine. Song Nansure hung up the communication talisman with satisfaction. That night, she dreamed of becoming rich. That evening, a person whose aura was so faint as to be almost non-existent appeared outside Song Nanshure's cave in the Wuyang sect. The tortoise, which had been listlessly lying next to Song Nanshure's pillow, suddenly woke up and carefully crawled out of its burrow. A slender hand grabbed it and chuckled, "This little girl is really something. You almost didn't make it back either." The turtle eagerly reached out and pried at it. The man said casually, "No rush, let me take a look." As he spoke, he reached out and made a gesture as if he was about to pull something off the turtle. The turtle looked to be in great pain and struggled frantically, but the other party remained unmoved. After a while, the other party stopped, and the turtle trembled. The man seemed to be deep in thought as he said, "What did that little girl do that I can't pull you out of my sight now?" Then he looked at the tortoise, paused for a moment, and said, "In that case, you shall stay by her side for the time being." The tortoise looked at him with eyes full of fear. The man put down the turtle, and in a flash, he disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he appeared in a 2-story bamboo building. A baby-faced monk walked in without looking up and said respectfully, "As you expected, she did contact us, and we answered as you instructed." The man chuckled lightly, looking completely at ease, and said unhurriedly, "What else did she ask?" The monk was silent for a moment, his expression strange. "She asked if she could pay more." The person, his face contorted in pain, "Add it to her menu." The cultivator looked conflicted. She bargained the price down from 1,500 spirit stones a day to 2,000 spirit stones. The man sneered, "I can afford this little bit of money." The monk continued, "She also wants us to use scrolls to teleport some scenes from outside the secret realm to prove that we are really recruiting people." The man continued to sneer, "It's just hiring a few temporary workers to put on a show. I'll arrange it myself tomorrow." "But," the cultivator said, posing the most crucial question, "Venerable One, we only have 10,000 spirit stones left in our account." The man was silent for a moment. How could it have cost so much? The cultivator smiled wryly. "You brought a total of 300,000 spirit stones, but the Kangu sect has had no source of income for the past few decades, and you've been making moves in many other places." The man's face darkened. "All right. Enough. Great men don't concern themselves with trifles. Spend money when it's necessary." The man had no choice but to leave. After being left alone, the man sat with his eyes closed for a long time, then began to calculate with his hands. During the Southern Song dynasty, the divination results were the same as always. This person's fate was nothing but an illusion in his eyes. Variable. This person is the only variable in his plan. Therefore, this person should not be allowed to interfere with one's plans. We can't let her enter the White Wuton's secret realm. He calculated several times, but could only find 2 weaknesses in her. They love money and are cautious and afraid of death. In retrospect, it seems she truly loved money. His face contorted again as he thought about the money in his account. This is not about loving money. These are clearly robbers. The next day, when Song Nansure woke up, he found that the turtle seemed a little listless. She gnashed its head and found that the turtle was listless and couldn't even wave its paws. Song Nansure was shocked. Is he sick? The turtle glanced at her listlessly. Song Nansure pondered for a moment, then said, if that's the case. The turtle stared intently at her. Song Nansure decided, then I'll give you half a day off. Turtle. It lay expressionless on the pillow. Song Nansure was still feeling smug. What a good master I am. After comforting Gui Gui, Song Nansure decided to go find Yung Jifeng. She thought about it for a long time last night and felt that her combat power as a diviner was still a bit weak. Even if the Black Phoenix secret realm was not considered dangerous, it would be better to have more protection. Moreover, Song Nansure felt that Yung Jifeng would definitely agree. After all, among the people she knew, no one was more in need of money than him. Since he needed something from them, Song Nansure decided to prepare a small gift to show his sincerity. She rummaged through her storage ring and immediately spotted the red stone that the donkey had spat out. The colors are beautiful. It seems like a great gift choice. Song Nansure was about to take it out, but after thinking about it, he felt a pang of conscience. It's really going too far to send someone a worthless stone when you're asking for their help. Song Nansure, unusually, had a change of heart and put the stone back, then took out the spiritual tea that he himself was reluctant to drink. She's such a great teammate, considering how much she spent. Holding his gift, Song Nansure confidently descended the mountain. Completely unaware of what he had missed, Yung Jifeng accepted Song Nanshure's spiritual tea. After listening to Song Nanshure's idea, he frowned. You want to go to the Black Phoenix secret realm? Song Nansure nodded. Yung Jifeng frowned, thinking of Zhu Mingzi, who claimed to be from the Kanwu sect, from yesterday. The mysterious Black Phoenix realm, this utterly nonsensical realm, was something we learned about from the other party. He asked, the White Wuton secret realm is about to open. Why are you going to this secret realm that's just riding the wave of popularity instead of going to the proper ones? Song Nansure certainly couldn't say it was because the death rate around the male protagonist was too high. So she thought for a moment and said, they promised 2,000 spirit stones a day for clearing the land. A single sentence, concise yet powerful. Even the ruthless Cleansey, who had been battered by life, fell silent. He remained silent for a long while before calmly asking, is this secret realm believable? Song Nansure showed him the certificate from the Immortal Alliance that had been sent yesterday. It's credible. Cleansey fell even more silent. Song Nansure said directly, are you in or not? Let's take a gamble and see if we can turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Cleansey closed his eyes. After a moment, he opened his eyes and calmly said, okay. Song Nansure exclaimed excitedly, then let's go now. Yung Jifeng was puzzled, now? But didn't the higher-ups say that the secret realm wouldn't open for another half a month? It would open together with the Baiwu secret realm. Song Nansure looked at him as if he were an idiot. The secret realm opens in half a month. If you rush there in half a month, will it be enough time? Yoon Ji-feng was about to ask why it was too late when he suddenly fell silent. He remembered that none of them could fly on swords anymore. Song Nansure was still saying, I've calculated it. If we leave now, riding a donkey, it will take exactly half a month to get there. Yoon Ji-feng couldn't stand the phrase riding a donkey and retorted, we can rent a celestial horse. Song Nansure said expressionlessly, oh, you're paying. Yoon Ji-feng. He compromised. When it comes to making money, Song Nansure is extremely proactive. He immediately dragged Yoon Ji-feng to the town's bookstore and found a map that was damaged and on sale. The price is very cheap, but the print is a bit blurry. However, the good thing is that it was supposedly printed 3 days ago and has all the latest secret realms. The two of them stared intently at the map. Song Nansure frowned, pointed to the southern location on the map, and said, there is a Wu character in the location of this secret realm. I don't know if it's the black Wu or the white Wu, but here. She pointed to a location in the north. Wangjian Mountain is here, so the one next to Wangjian Mountain should be the white Wu. It's just that the white Wu secret realm was omitted during printing. So the secret realm in the south with only the character Wu should be the black Wu. Yoon Ji-feng said expressionlessly, why don't we buy a complete map? Song Nansure looked at him like he was an idiot. Young master, do you know how expensive things like secret realm maps are, which are updated almost every month? Yoon Ji-feng didn't know, so he kept quiet. Song Nansure, knowing where the Black Phoenix secret realm is enough. We just need to follow the route on the map southwards. Song Nansure left the bookstore with great confidence. Following the map's directions, the two set off south that same day. After they left, the bookstore clerk came over anxiously and said, shopkeeper, we have news from the printing factory that there is a problem with a damaged and discounted map. The shopkeeper didn't care. Which discount map doesn't have problems? The man said anxiously, no, it's not that. The printing factory was testing a new printing instrument, but it malfunctioned and printed the map backwards. In other words, what looks like south on the map is actually north. The shopkeeper was startled. The two of them quickly searched. Then the shopkeeper said blankly, oh no, it's sold. At this moment, Song Nansure, completely unaware that he had picked up the map upside down, was stumbling southward. Wuyang sacked. The second senior sister and the junior sister came out of Song Nanshure's cave. The second senior sister took out a note and said, the third junior sister said she went to the secret realm. The junior sister said dejectedly, I'm late. Second senior sister comforted her, it's all right. The secret realm that opens at this time is most likely the White Wutong secret realm. We can just go there. The socially awkward junior hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Inside Jiang Ji's cave, Old Man Lu was patiently telling him about his experience of venturing into the White Wutong secret realm when he was young. More than 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the Kanru sect, a mysterious person, in order to make the secret realm that bound the variable more realistic and prevent the other party from running to the Baiwu secret realm, stayed in the secret realm for more than 10 days, almost spending all of his last savings. He felt that this time it was probably foolproof. Then, the baby-faced monk ran over in a panic. Your Excellency, something terrible has happened. The shadow ghost has managed to reveal their location. Song Nansure has set off. The mysterious man remained calm. Isn't it perfect to set off now? Baby-faced monk, no. He exclaimed in despair. they've been heading south. They're almost at the White Phoenix secret realm now. The mysterious man, who hadn't left the secret realm for over 10 days. His face contorted with rage. Why would they go to the White Wuton secret realm? The baby-faced monk looked utterly bewildered. Shadow Ghost said that because he didn't have the money, he bought the wrong map. Mysterious man. He gritted his teeth. Why didn't you pay attention to them in the first place? The baby-faced man was on the verge of tears. I thought they would take the teleportation array or ride a celestial horse, but who knew that because they didn't have the money, they set off on donkeys more than 10 days in advance, and now they are only a few dozen miles away from the White Wu secret realm. No money. No money. He hated it. He hated that this variable was a penniless wretch. And now, the mysterious man turned his head, looked at the fake secret realm he had created by emptying his pockets, and spat out a mouthful of blood. The baby-faced man exclaimed in alarm, Venerable One! Venerable One, please pull yourself together. The mysterious man closed his eyes. Soon, he'll be a pauper too. Song Nan and his companion set off from Xianyang town, with 2 small donkeys carrying them southwards. In order to save time, they did not take the wide road, but instead chose a shortcut on the map. However, Song Nan sure felt that she was probably the only one in a hurry, and that Yung Jifeng, the young master, simply wanted to avoid people. It's unclear whether he was avoiding people to hide from his enemies or simply because he didn't want others to see him riding a donkey. Song Nan sure secretly felt it was the latter. TSK, what a fussy young master. For the first few days, they didn't encounter many people. The whole mountain was just the 2 of them and their 2 donkeys. This was the first time in his life that Brother Donkey had traveled such a long distance, and he was in a very bad mood. He often gave up halfway through, and the donkey-like eyes he gave Song Nansure were very suggestive. At times like this, Song Nansure would feel extremely envious of Yung Jifeng's ordinary donkey, which, despite lacking intelligence, was remarkably obedient. But there was no other way. To appease the donkey that had given up, Song Nansure looked left and right, and seeing that no one was around, he skillfully jumped off the donkey's back, landed firmly on his feet, and said in a deep voice, "Come on." Before Brother Donkey could react, Yung Jifeng took a deep breath and turned his gaze away expressionlessly. The donkey's figure then blurred into a blur before his eyes, landing steadily on Song Nanshure's back with a cheerful bray. Yung Jifeng. He closed his eyes. Sure enough, even after watching it so many times, he still couldn't bear to look at it. The master and servant, a perfect match, seemed oblivious to anything amiss, their cheerful figures disappearing into the distance. Such things have happened many times along the way, and Yung Jifeng has evolved from initially finding it difficult to explain to now preferring to ignore it. Do whatever you want, as long as his donkey doesn't. Before the thought had even finished, Yung Jifeng looked down and saw his donkey's longing eyes fixed on the backs of the master and servant, then looking at him hesitantly. Yung Jifeng, he said coldly, don't even think about it. It's unclear what this mindless donkey understood, but it casually tossed its hoof around, pretending nothing had happened. Yung Jifeng rubbed his forehead expressionlessly. He already wanted to go back before even reaching the Black Phoenix secret realm. But he simply couldn't leave. Having already promised someone is one thing, but more importantly, Yung Jifeng felt that his connection to the Qilin blood jade seemed even stronger when he was with this master and servant pair. He silently circulated his spiritual energy for half a cycle, and his new and old wounds were repaired quietly and gently. At this moment, Song Nansure had already quickly taken the moody donkey for a spin, and then rode back on its back. But before Yoon Ji-fin could ask her if they could continue walking, Song Nansure glanced at his donkey and said casually, "By the way, brother Yoon, I just remembered, didn't you already give me this donkey as payment?" How could Yoon Ji-fin not see what she was planning? If he obediently gives her his donkey now, the next time he'll be carrying a donkey all over the mountains, it'll probably be someone else. Yoon Ji-fin sneered and said expressionlessly, "The money I owe you will be offset by the wages from the Black Phoenix secret realm." With that, he pulled on the reins and walked past her with an air of great nobility and aloofness. Song Nansure watched his retreating figure and touched his nose. Sure enough, this young master, having been beaten down by life so much, is no longer someone to be trifled with. A few days later, the two of them started to run into more and more people. Some were ordinary merchants traveling by trade, while a small number were clearly cultivators. Song Nansure glanced at it and then looked away. I recognized him by his eyes. He was someone who couldn't fly on a sword and was too poor to ride a celestial horse. Song Nansure did try to strike up a conversation with them once, wanting to ask where they were going, but cultivators usually introduced themselves first when they started a conversation. When Song Nansure introduced himself as being from the Boundless sect, these cultivators would often exclaim in surprise, "A disciple of the Boundless sect actually rides a donkey." Song Nansure. And that was the end of it. The topic ended there. For the first time, Song Nansure felt that riding a donkey outside was a disgrace to their Wuyang sect. From then on, the two of them maintained a haughty and aloof demeanor on the street, ignoring each other. A few days later, I encountered more and more people, and even occasionally I could see inns and tea houses for resting on this secluded path. Song Nansure had a vague feeling that something was wrong. Would there be so many people on a small path? "And have you noticed that quite a few cultivators have been walking with us for quite a while? Could they also be heading to the Black Phoenix secret realm?" But Yoon Ji-fin thought it was normal. After all, it's the opening of a secret realm. It's impossible to hire only 2 or 3 cultivators. In ordinary secret realm openings, you can't leave the secret realm without dozens of cultivators. Song Nansure vaguely felt that it made sense, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that something was not quite right. Yet, I can't quite put my finger on what's wrong. However, she had already determined that the cultivators traveling with them were also hired by the Black Phoenix secret realm, because she had overheard a conversation between a few people about the secret realm and had even faintly heard the word Phoenix. For some reason, when she went over to listen closely or to strike up a conversation with her future coworkers, they would immediately stop talking and stare at her warily, as if she had ulterior motives. Song Nansure. Is it necessary to be so hostile when we're all trying to make money together? She slunk away, feeling that people's hearts had changed and that cultivators these days were quite difficult to talk to. However, when she looked at the dozens of cultivators, she felt a sense of respect for the master of the Kanwu sect. Good heavens, if all of these people are going to the Black Wutong secret realm, how much salary would the Kanwu sect have to pay in a day? Is this the power of the rich second generation? I've learned something new. And so, as they got closer and closer to the Black Phoenix secret realm on the map, more and more people joined them on their journey. In the end, Song Nansure counted them and found that there were more than 100 people on this one road alone. No matter how rich the Kanwu sect is, can they supply hundreds of people with 1 or 2,000 spirit stones a day? At this point, even Yoon Ji-fin felt that something was wrong. Do we really need this many people to explore a small secret realm? The two looked at each other and saw seriousness in each other's eyes. They spoke in unison, a rare moment of perfect understanding. Song Nansure, have we run into the Jiesheng group? Young Jifeng, the Kanwu sect probably has grand ambitions. The two men offered completely contradictory guesses based on their own observations and life experiences, and after speaking, they both looked at each other with puzzled expressions. What nonsense are you spouting? At this moment, Song Nanshi's mind was filled with thoughts of pyramid schemes, and he was convinced that the Kanwu faction had brought so many people here to rip them all out. Young Jifeng, who came from a prominent family, thought more deeply than she did, his mind filled with conspiracy theories. But no matter how different their opinions were, at this moment, they all felt that something was very wrong with the Kanwu sect. So the two clever minds failed to realize that the map was wrong and they had gone in the wrong direction. Young Jifeng had never lacked money in the first half of his life, so he had never encountered such a basic error as a map being wrong. Song Nanshi never imagined he could be so unlucky. The two of them huddled together with grave expressions, increasingly convinced that this was a serious matter. Whether it's the Jiesheng group or Suo Tu Bushao, the two of them are now convinced that the Kanwu sect is undoubtedly a fraud. Song Nanshi couldn't help but grit his teeth. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch. But complaining is useless now. The most important thing is that they know something is wrong with the Kanwu sect. What should they do now? The two exchanged a glance. Then they all spoke in unison again. Song Nanshi, call the police. Young Jifeng, follow them, save them. After saying that, the two looked at each other with unspoken words. Young Jifeng looked puzzled. Why call the police? Song Nanshi is just reporting to the Immortal Alliance. That's not important. Do you know what you just said? Follow them, it's just the two of us. Young Jifeng remained calm. He took out a map and said, we are now only about 20 miles away from the Black Wutong secret realm. For ordinary sects, 20 miles is equivalent to being within their jurisdiction. Regardless of whether the Kanwu sect has grand ambitions or what you call the Jiesheng organization, fleeing now would be too conspicuous and easily discovered. In that case, it would expose us instead. It is also unrealistic to persuade everyone to turn back and run away with us within these 20 miles. It would be better to pretend not to know and sneak in, find out the situation, and then strike out in one fell swoop. A ruthless glint flashed in Young Jifeng's eyes. Song Nanshi looked at him expressionlessly. Did you often do this kind of thing before? Young Jifeng said calmly, I once pretended to be a victim and infiltrated an evil sect, and fought my way out of the dungeon all by myself. Song Nanshi clapped his hands and said, You're so awesome. But have you ever thought about this? Song Nanshi said calmly, that you can't even beat the ferocious beasts of beast-taming peak right now. Young Jifeng. His confident expression froze on his face. He forgot. Song Nanshi closed his eyes briefly and said, But you're right, there are only 20 odd miles left. We might be within the Kanwu sect's surveillance range. Running now would only alert them. Let's take it one step at a time, she said. So they set off again with the main force. Both of them were very heavy-hearted. They walked heavily for over 20 miles, finally entering the area marked on the map as the Black Phoenix secret realm. Song Nanshi seemed to see a stone tablet with something written on it about the Wugu secret realm, but the first character didn't seem to be black. But she had no time to dwell on that. She was extremely nervous. Just then, Young Jifeng suddenly reached out and grasped her hand, then quickly let go. Song Nanshi thought he was comforting her, but after he let go, Song Nanshi found a jade pendant in her hand. Song Nanshi touched it without making a sound and found the character's sword on it. She instantly realized that some sword cultivators would seal their sword intent into jade tablets. Song Nanshi's hand tightened, and a feeling of emotion welled up in his heart. Just then, the two of them walked past the stone tablet with the main group and entered the territory of the Kanwu sect. Holding the jade pendant, Song Nansure felt a surge of heroic spirit, like someone determined to burn their bridges. We might as well fight it to the death. The two men walked in with tragic expressions. As soon as he entered, Song Nansure gasped. She thought there were already enough people scattered along the way, but who knew there were even more people here, thousands as far as the eye could see. Can really they escape? Song Nansure couldn't help but touch his kidney. What shocked her even more was that she spotted her fellow disciples in the crowd at a glance. The eldest brother, the second sister, and the youngest sister. What exactly is the background of the Kanwu sect that they were able to bring over the three main characters? Song Nansure was truly shocked this time. At this moment, the main characters also saw Song Nansure and ran over to him. While Song Nansure was still in shock, Yoon Jifeng sensed something was wrong. He looked around and saw many familiar robes of disciples from major sects. He felt that if there really was a sect that could trick so many elite disciples from major sects into joining, then the cultivation world was probably not far from destruction. He tugged at Song Nansure's sleeve. Song Nansure, I think. But before he could finish speaking, Song Nansure urgently whispered to the fellow disciples who had gathered around, "Why are you all here too? Something's not right with the Black Phoenix Secret Realm." The moment the words Black Phoenix Secret Realm were uttered, all three main characters were stunned. Jiangji, Heiwu, Juxiu, a secret realm. Yu Jiujiao, this. Song Nansure's expression was serious. Yes, listen to me. Before she could finish speaking, her second senior sister said blankly, "But junior sister, this is the White Wutong Secret Realm." Song Nansure. Her eyes went blank for a moment. Baiwu Secret Realm. Second senior sister asked cautiously, "Are you going to the Black Phoenix Secret Realm? Is there any possibility?" She paused for a moment and said softly, "Actually, you've gone to the wrong place." Song Nansure. Yoon Jifeng closed his eyes heavily. Nearby, Old Man Lu, having finally realized what was happening, burst into maniacal laughter. Ha 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 ha. 15 minutes later. With a numb expression, Song Nansure was dragged to a quiet place by a group of people, the arrogant laughter of some old man still seemingly echoing in his ears. Yoon Jifeng held the secret realm map they had bought at a discount, comparing it with the map Jiang Ji had contributed, his face cold. The three main characters didn't dare to breathe, and even Old Man Lu was put into the jade pendant by Jiang Ji. The crowd exchanged glances, then looked at the two of them. Yoon Jifeng quickly checked the map, closed his eyes briefly, then opened them again, and calmly said, "The map we bought is wrong. The rest of the map is fine, but all the place names are reversed. We thought the Black Phoenix Secret Realm was in the south, but it is actually in the north." Song Nansure said in a flat tone, "So we should have actually headed north from the very beginning." Yoon Jifeng, yes. Song Nansure, so the Kanwu sect isn't actually some kind of gang. The reason there are so many people here is simply because they're waiting for the Baiwu Secret Realm to open. Yoon Jifeng, yes. Song Nansure, so our guesses are all just wild and unfounded speculations. Yoon Jifeng, yes. Ha ha. Song Nansure laughed twice. The second senior sister asked worriedly, "This junior sister, are you alright?" During the Southern Song Dynasty, 2,000 spirit stones. No one else knew what 2,000 spirit stones meant, only Yoon Jifeng knew what it meant. He also remembered the 2,000 spirit stones that had gone far away from them. He hesitated, then said, You try to think more positively. Song Nansure gave a bitter laugh. Is there a place to rest here? I want to take a nap and see if I'm dreaming. The group exchanged glances, and couldn't help but worry about their junior sister's mental state. Yoon Ji-fan sighed. Take her with you. So, Song Nansure, whose mental state seemed unstable, was taken to rest, while Yoon Ji-fan and the main characters sat facing each other. Then nobody knew what to say. Yoon Ji-fan had only met Ju Shio, but Ju Shio was afraid of his identity as a demon and dared not say anything. They looked at each other in bewilderment. After sitting there for half an hour, Yoon Ji-fan stood up and said calmly, I'll go see her. He then walked away. Jeongji wanted to say that it was best not to disturb Song Nansure at this time, but Ju Shio put him back. Jeongji looked over, puzzled. Ju Shio made a mysterious mouth gesture to him. This person likes his junior female classmate. Jeongji's eyes widened suddenly. The rabbit in Yu Jiujiu's arms also had its eyes wide open. He was shocked and wondered, how could anyone like this devil? At this moment, Ju Shio could no longer suppress her gossipy nature and secretly followed after them. Yoon Ji-fan went to Song Nansure's room, intending to knock on the door and tell her not to be too sad, but thinking about Song Nansure's usual emphasis on money, he felt that he was not qualified to say such a thing. He sighed and stood by the door for a while. This scene was witnessed by Yu Shio. The handsome young man stood at the girl's door, not daring to knock. Yu Shio, he loved her so much. Touched by this love, Yu Shio finally mustered up her courage and stepped forward when Yoon Ji-fan was about to leave, saying, when she comes to her senses, go and comfort her. She will definitely be happy. Even after saying that, she still felt the demon was terrifying, so she immediately ran away. Yoon Ji-fan? What is that? Will he comfort her and make her happy? I want to make Song Nansure happy. Does that mean you want him to send her money? Yoon Ji-fan's first reaction was, how could I possibly be the one to take the fall? He turned and left. But as soon as he took the first step, he remembered Song Nansure's heartbroken appearance. Yoon Ji-fan. Tisk. At this moment, Song Nansure, who was heartbroken, was lying on the table, writing and drawing with a serious expression. She felt that things had come to this point, and it was too late to go to the Black Phoenix secret realm now. So much time had been wasted, and she couldn't just accept her fate. Today, she must recoup all the money and time she has invested in this secret place. Song Nansure raised his head, his eyes resolute. So, half an hour later, when Yoon Ji-fan came to find Song Nansure again, he heard the waiter of the only inn outside the secret realm say that Song Nansure had just gone out. They went out. Thinking about Song Nansure's current mental state, Yoon Ji-fan couldn't help but feel a little worried. He pursed his lips and followed her out. The area outside the inn was packed with people, all cultivators waiting for the secret realm to open. Yoon Ji-fan relied on his faint connection with the Qilin blood jade to navigate through the crowd with difficulty. His lips were pressed tightly together. He really dislikes noisy and bustling crowds. He disliked being jostled in crowds even more. But Song Nansure was, after all, the only person who had helped him without being influenced by his family's status since he was betrayed by his family. Her senior classmate told him to comfort her. He couldn't help but squeeze the pouch containing the spirit stones in his hand. Just this once. Finally, he found Song Nansure. She was squatting on the ground, talking to an unfamiliar monk. Yoon Ji-fan approached and heard her voice. Song Nansure beamed and spoke eloquently. The pills I refine are 10% cheaper than the market price. The quality is just right, not bad. If I hadn't brought too many, why would I be selling something as important as pills on the eve of entering the secret realm? Let me tell you, don't miss out. Yoon Ji-fin. Devastated. They need comfort. Oh. At this moment, Song Nansha also noticed him. She asked curiously, Yoon Ji-fin? Did you come to see me? Yoon Ji-fin said expressionlessly, I've come to ask you for the jade tablet containing the sword intent that I just gave you. He felt that he was the one who needed comforting. Song Nansha. Ugh, what a stingy guy. On the other side, the mysterious man stormed out of the Kanwu sect, his voice cold as he said, Don't stop me. I'm going to the Baiwu secret realm myself to give them a piece of my mind. Ha! What skill! You've completely fooled me. I don't believe they did it unintentionally. The baby-faced man followed behind him, looking troubled. But Venerable One, what are we doing now? He stammered, We can't afford to activate the teleportation array either. The mysterious man froze. The baby-faced man continued, Activating the teleportation array requires 1,000 spirit stones, and we don't have a single one left. How about you fly there on your sword? It should take 3 days to get there, but the secret realm opens tomorrow, so you should be able to wait for them to come out from outside. The mysterious man closed his eyes. He said coldly, Go and sell those paperweights of mine. The baby-faced man felt a chill run down his spine. That's it, they've already started selling off their assets before even exchanging blows. He seemed to have already foreseen the future where the Venerable One would sell off the entire sect until it was penniless. Pawn shop. 3 paperweights and 1,020 spirit stones. The shopkeeper smiled and said, Welcome to visit again next time. Zhu Xiu began to regret her actions after finding Yoon Ji-fin. In her previous life, after the Yoon family was wiped out, she personally participated in the investigation of the Yoon family. The scene of corpses strewn across the field, resembling a slaughterhouse, was the most horrific sight she had ever witnessed in her life. Later, although some people said that the Yoon family's affairs were not done by Yoon Ji-fin himself never denied it. Some people even went to Yoon Ji-fin in person to ask him. Yoon Ji-fin only asked, Do you also want to be like the Yoon family? This is practically the default. Zhu Xiu was momentarily overcome with passion and wanted her junior sister to get what she wanted, but she couldn't help but ask herself, Is this demon really suitable for my third junior sister? Zhu Xiu was filled with worry. Amidst this worry, she saw Yoon Ji-fin, carrying a purse, squeezed into the bustling crowd. A moment later, Yoon Ji-fin walked out expressionlessly. The object he originally held was gone, but he now had a jade pendant. Then there's the third junior sister. She was holding the purse that Yoon Ji-fin had brought over. Zhu Xiu was stunned for a moment, then looked at Yoon Ji-fin's jade pendant and then at her third junior sister's purse, and suddenly realized. I understand, they exchanged tokens of their love. Zhu Xiu's expression became complicated. They were indeed truly in love. With a mix of inexplicable emotion and respect, she silently watched the couple, whose journey was destined to be arduous, walk further and further away. Her heart was filled with gratitude and blessings. She thought, maybe this is love. Behind her, Jiangji frowned when he saw her standing there dumbfounded. What are you looking at? Is that third junior sister and the others? Do you need them for something? Why didn't you call them over? Zhu Xiu glanced back at her senior brother, who had been single until her death in her previous life, and sighed, You wouldn't understand. What's the point of talking about this with a man who's straighter than a sword? Zhu Xiu sighed and walked away. Jiangji frowned, puzzled. Behind him, old man Lu, who had been dumped by his Daoist partner twice for being too straightforward, scratched his head and asked, "What the heck?" On the other side, Song Nanshuo counted the spirit stones in his purse and said with a smile, "Although I returned the jade token to Yung Jifeng, he was willing to use spirit stones to offset the donkey he promised me. So I still misunderstood him. He is indeed not a stingy man. This Yung Jifeng is loyal and righteous." She gave a thumbs up. The turtle in her sleeve rolled its eyes. It watched as these two hypocritical companions continued to sabotage each other. However, Song Nanshuo's time to be smug didn't last long. Soon, before nightfall, his senior brother Jiangji summoned them all to his room to discuss matters after entering the secret realm. The secret realm will open tomorrow. The four disciples of the boundless sect sat together in Jiangji's room, along with the out-of-place Yung Jifeng. Aside from the half-hour of silence they shared when Song Nanshuo and the others first arrived, this can be considered Yung Jifeng's first formal meeting with the main characters. Zhu Xiu was very nervous. In their past lives, everyone knew that Yung Jifeng and Jiangji were at odds, but no one knew how their conflict arose. It was as if these two were born to be mortal enemies. Zhu Xiu was genuinely afraid that they would dislike each other as soon as they met, leaving her third junior sister caught in the middle in a difficult position. Unexpectedly, the two parties involved were very peaceful. Jiangji even nodded to Yung Jifeng in a friendly manner, and Yung Jifeng nodded slightly in return. Zhu Xiu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. With the crisis averted, she looked at all her fellow disciples present and couldn't help but think that this seemed to be the first time all of them had gathered together so neatly. However, it seems as if something has been forgotten. Zhu Xiu thought about it carefully, but couldn't recall what she had forgotten. All her fellow disciples were present. "Forget it. If I can't remember, I won't think about it anymore. It's probably not that important anyway." At the same time, when the sword master of the boundless sect, Lane's Peak, emerged from his half-month seclusion, he found the mountain completely empty. "Zhu Xiu," he said. No one called him master. The girl who used to always be there for him, no matter how long he was in seclusion, so that he could see her as soon as he came out, was gone. Baiwu's secret realm. Jiangji spoke. "The White Wutong secret realm will open at noon tomorrow. The opening time will be 2 hours. After 2 hours, the secret realm will close, and no one will be allowed to enter. Those who enter the secret realm will need to stay inside for half a month before they can come out." As the senior brother, Jiangji was very reliable most of the time, except that he rarely interacted with his 3 junior sisters. Not to mention that behind him was old man Lu, who was practically an expert in the cultivation world. He was mainly giving this explanation to Song Nanshuo and Yung Jifeng, the two people who originally wanted to go to the White Wutong secret realm but went the wrong way. Since it was about making money, Song Nanshuo listened very carefully, nodded seriously, and indicated that he understood. Jiangji then continued, "However, the White Wutong secret realm is different from other secret realms in one aspect." He slowly said, "Everyone who enters the White Wutong secret realm will randomly appear in various corners of the secret realm. There is no fixed landing point. This means that even if you team up with others in advance, you may appear in different locations after entering the secret realm. Whether you meet or not depends entirely on fate, and who you meet depends entirely on luck." Upon hearing this, Song Nanshuo's first reaction was to breathe a sigh of relief. Although he felt very sorry for his senior brother, Song Nanshuo knew very well that Jiangji would have a chance in this secret realm. opportunity also means danger. Song Nansure had no ambition to follow the protagonist and pick up opportunities. Her only wish was to die peacefully in the cultivation world. I'll also take this opportunity to resolve my fate of being destined to lose money. For someone as unambitious as her, the danger that came with the opportunity became pure trouble. She hates trouble. Song Nansure was lost in thought for a moment. Coming to her senses, she saw Yu Jiujiu holding the black rabbit male protagonist and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The two people made eye contact. Yu Jiujiu smiled shyly at her. Song Nansure understood. No need to team up, a haven for socially anxious individuals. She also gave a knowing smile. After she finished laughing, she saw Yoon Jifeng glance at her. Then he said, in the secret realm, all communication tools such as communication talismans are also disabled. Jiangji then remembered and said, right, communication talismans are also disabled, which means that in the secret realm, whether you are in a team or not is useless. After saying that, he looked at Yoon Jifeng and smiled. Brother Yoon is very knowledgeable about the White Wutong secret realm. Yoon Jifeng remained calm. I know a little bit about it. Song Nansure understood. In other words, once you enter this secret realm, it's all about fighting alone. But after thinking about it, she felt something was wrong. She said thoughtfully, but when I went out today, I saw many people chatting with strangers, saying things like they would look out for each other after entering the secret realm. If forming a team is useless, aren't they just doing something pointless? To everyone's surprise, Jiangji paused upon hearing this, and said with a strange expression, actually, it's not exactly unnecessary. Song Nansure looked over in confusion. Jiangji explained tactfully, there are probably thousands of people in this secret realm. Although everyone will be randomly assigned after entering, there will always be one or two people who happen to be assigned to the same place. If the person you are assigned to happens to be someone you know outside or have greeted before, or if you run into someone you know outside the secret realm on the way, then you can avoid disputes and form an alliance as soon as possible. After saying that, he looked at Song Nansure and said, so, you know what I mean, right? Song Nansure seemed to be deep in thought. So, the reason they're so actively making friends outside is actually. She paused, then said, trying your luck? Jiangji nodded with satisfaction. That's right. Song Nansure. Grass. She couldn't help but look at the main characters. Did you try your luck? The three main characters exchanged a glance. Jiangji smiled and said, this isn't necessary. Zhu Xiu also laughed and said, third junior sister is so cute. Yu Jiujiao, I think we shouldn't. Song Nansure. Fine, you're the main characters, you're so high and mighty. Her expectant gaze involuntarily fell on Yoon Jifeng. Yoon Jifeng asked, bewildered, why are you looking at me like that? He looked like he had absolutely no intention of trying his luck. Fine, you're so aloof too. Song Nansure couldn't help but fall into deep thought. She initially thought she was going to the Black Phoenix secret realm, so she dragged Yoon Jifeng over here to increase her strength. But since the White Wutong secret realm is so special, Song Nansure considered his combat prowess as a diviner. She felt she still needed to try her luck. The secret realm opens tomorrow, so since we've decided to try our luck now, we need to hurry. Song Nansure thought about it and felt that talking to people one by one outside was still a bit inefficient. She decided that if she was going to take a chance, she should do it in a highly efficient way. Thinking this, she immediately took out a piece of paper from her storage room, handed it to her senior brother, and asked, Senior brother, How is your learning of the copied spell going? Jiangji was completely baffled. I know a little bit. Song Nansher smiled. Then I'll trouble you, senior brother, to help me with this. She did the math and said, make 1,000 copies. Jiangji. He glanced at what was written on the paper Song Nansher handed him, then fell silent. He said with difficulty, Junior sister, you. Old man Lu appeared out of nowhere, glanced at it, and said, good heavens. Song Nansher ignored Old man Lu and smiled. That's how it is. Jiangji took a deep breath and made a hand seal. A thick stack of papers suddenly appeared on the table in front of Song Nansher, almost engulfing her. Song Nansher was overjoyed. What kind of unlimited photocopier is this? Song Nansher immediately put all the photocopies into his storage ring, hurriedly thanked his senior brother, and ran off with 1,000 photocopies in his pocket. After she left, everyone realized what had happened. Zhu Xiu looked bewildered. Junior sister, what are you doing? Yung Jifeng remained silent and picked up the original document that Song Nansher had forgotten on the table. The first thing that caught his eye was the large word resume. Yung Jifeng paused for a moment before continuing to read. Name, Song Nansher. Age, 17. Cultivation level, Qi refining level 7. Main occupation, diviner. Side jobs, alchemist, physician, weapon refiner, talisman maker, etc. Sect, boundless sect. Master, sword master of no return. Our slogan is, the cheapest price, the highest quality service. Yung Jifeng. He expressionlessly put down the resume in his hand and slowly, very slowly, covered his forehead. At that moment, a sentence flashed through his mind. Song Nansher, you truly live up to your reputation. At this point, others also saw this unusual resume. After a moment of silence, Zhu Xiu asked with difficulty, just now, didn't the junior sister order 1,000 portions? There are only about 1,000 people who have come from this secret realm. Is she trying to bring all her luck onto everyone? At this point, Song Nansher had already diligently started submitting resumes, drawing on her experience of submitting over 300 resumes when she graduated from university. Meanwhile, someone spent 1,000 spirit stones to open a teleportation array and rushed to the White Wutong secret realm before it opened. He used the last 20 spirit stones. He had to rent a simple room at the inn. At that moment, he had never felt that the price of a room could be such an unbearable burden. Finally, with his storage ring empty, he resolved to avenge his previous humiliation. Just then, footsteps sounded outside the door. He looked over warily. The footsteps grew closer and closer, finally stopping at his door. Countless guesses flashed through his mind, but he remained expressionless on the surface. Then, he saw a piece of paper placed outside the door. He remained calm and waited until the sound faded away before opening the door, fully armed, and picking up the paper. Then he stared at the large words resume on it and paused. He knew that it was common for Bai Wu to try his luck and find a temporary partner outside the secret realm. But how could there be someone? How could there be someone? He looked up and saw that in the entire corridor, there was an identical piece of paper neatly placed at the door of every room. How could anyone be so outrageous? The next day, Song Nansher met with the others while yawning. The secret realm doesn't open until noon, but people are already waiting outside the realm well in advance. When they had nothing to do, Song Nansher and his group were among them. Seeing her yawning repeatedly, Yung Jifeng couldn't help but ask, "How long did you post last night?" Song Nansure mumbled, I can't remember. Yoon Ji-feng took a deep breath and lowered his voice. Song Nansure, you don't need to worry about not having a team after you go in. Actually, even in the secret realm, I have a way. However, before they could finish speaking, a voice suddenly interrupted them. This is Fairy Song and Brother Yoon. What a coincidence. The two of them turned around at the same time. An ordinary-looking but very kind-looking young man smiled at them. Song Nansure thought for a moment, then suddenly realized, you're that Zhu Mingzi from Xianyang Town. It's Pil bro. Kasia Seed smiled and said, that is indeed me. Upon seeing this, Yoon Ji-feng frowned. I heard that the Kanwu sect is developing the Black Wutong secret realm. If I'm not mistaken, you should be a disciple of the Kanwu sect. Do you even have the time to come to the White Wutong secret realm? Song Nansure was initially surprised, but then he remembered that his poster for the Black Phoenix secret realm had fallen from this guy's body. The poster was brand new and didn't have a single trace of being turned over, so it didn't seem like it was his. Therefore, this guy must have come to Xianyang Town to hand out posters. Song Nansure couldn't help but feel a little envious, and said, I heard that your sect leader is a rich second generation. Do the disciples of your Kanwu sect also have to come to the Baiwu secret realm to make money? Upon hearing the words rich second generation, Zhu Mingzi almost lost her smile and forced a stiff laugh, saying, you two are joking. Afraid they might say something else, he quickly added, by the way, I also received Fairy Song's resume last night. I think teaming up with Fairy Song would be a good choice. Song Nansure waved his hand. We might not be placed together. It depends on fate. Kasia Seed smiled and said sincerely, I feel that you and I are very much destined to meet. Before Song Nansure could say anything, Yoon Ji-feng scoffed. He said, Song Nansure, let's go, let's eat. Song Nansure turned around and responded, then obediently followed Yoon Ji-feng. Kasia Seed, standing behind them, narrowed his eyes slightly. After the four members of the Wuyang sect finished their meal with Yoon Ji-feng, it was soon time for the secret realm to open. Throughout the entire time, Zhu Mingzi remained very discreet and did not come closer, as if it had just been a casual chat between acquaintances at the beginning. Jiang Ji finished explaining everything he could, and the group lined up to enter the secret realm. As luck would have it, Yoon Ji-feng was 2 positions ahead of him in line, while Zhu Mingzi was right behind him. Before entering the secret realm, Yoon Ji-feng turned around and said, Song Nansure, hurry up. Song Nansure said okay, but after Yoon Ji-feng went in, Zhu Mingzi took the opportunity to try to strike up a conversation with her. However, he saw her quickly take out a tortoise shell and cast a divination on the spot. Kasia Seed, is this some kind of ritual unique to diviners? Why didn't he know? Then, the divination was completed, and it happened to be the time of Song Nansure. He saw Song Nansure muttering to himself, when entering the secret realm, you should step in with your right foot first. When entering the secret realm, you should step in with your right foot first. He cautiously lifted his right foot and stepped inside. Kasia Seed, what kind of mental illness is this? He quickly followed him inside, but strangely, before he lifted his foot, he involuntarily wondered if he should cast a divination to predict which foot to step with first. No! Their fortune tellers don't have this tradition. Kasia Seed walked in expressionlessly. Then he thought it would be better to cast a divination first. Once inside, he immediately spotted Song Nansure looking around curiously at everything. Zhu Mingzi immediately smiled and stepped forward, saying, Fairy Song, we are indeed destined to meet. How about we travel together in this secret realm? Song Nansure turned his head, revealing a surprised expression. Zhu Mingzi's smile widened involuntarily. Fairy Song, there's no need. Yung Jifeng, Song Nansure exclaimed in surprise. Kesha seed? He turned his head inexplicably and saw Yung Jifeng standing behind him, looking at him expressionlessly, and said, yes, what a coincidence. 15 minutes later, the three-person team was officially formed. However, when Zhu Mingzi looked at the two almost identical donkeys that the two people were riding, and then glanced at herself with only 2 legs, she inexplicably felt that she was being ostracized. Song Nanshure's donkey could only be brought in after a master-servant contract was signed. Yung Jifeng's donkey has no consciousness, so it can be placed in a storage ring. Zhu Mingzi hesitated, then said, Brother Yung, Fairy Song, you. Yung Jifeng said directly, my donkey is just an ordinary donkey. It can't carry 2 people. Song Nansure was also in a dilemma. Brother Donkey has a bad temper. He'll get angry if he brings 2 people with him. Kesha said, who wants to ride a donkey? He spoke with difficulty. What I mean is, we can't just wander aimlessly. We need a direction. I've heard that a powerful being left behind an opportunity in this secret realm, so why don't we? Song Nansure also felt that there should be a direction. So before Zhu Mingzi could finish speaking, she said, wait a minute, let me do a divination first. She stopped the donkey and began to cast a divination. Yung Jifeng stopped and waited for her, his expression unchanged. Only then did Zhu Mingzi realize just how much this fortune teller loved divination. However, since it is a variable, her divination result must have something extraordinary about it. Maybe it can lead me to what I'm looking for. With this in mind, Zhu Mingzi waited calmly. Soon, Song Nansure obtained the divination result. She looked at it carefully and said, west. Yung Jifeng said nothing, turned around and headed west. Neither of them paid any attention to Zhu Mingzi's opinion, so Zhu Mingzi had no choice but to follow. But they didn't know where this secret realm had placed them. They traveled westward, but apart from mountains, rocks, and vegetation, they couldn't see a single living creature. I don't know how many hours I've been walking. Kesha Seed felt her legs growing heavier and heavier. Just then, Song Nansure glanced at him, suddenly dismounted from the donkey, and said, Brother Zhu Mingzi, why don't you ride this donkey? If it were Yung Jifeng at this moment, he would rather die than get on this donkey. But Kesha Seeds are not clouds that stop the wind. He glanced at Song Nansure and said gratefully, Thank you, Fairy Song. He got on the donkey. Yung Jifeng subtly pulled the reins, moving a little further away from him. The same was true during the Southern Song dynasty. The two exchanged a glance. Song Nansure smiled. Yung Jifeng left the scene without expression. Kesha Seed sat comfortably on the donkey's back, completely unaware of the danger. Then, the donkey suddenly stopped. The next moment, the donkey brayed angrily and threw the Kesha Seed off its back. It did so with great skill that the Kesha Seed tumbled once in the air and landed steadily. Before he could even react, Brother Donkey had already taken a running start, sprinted, and jumped in one smooth motion. Then Zhu Mingzi felt a weight on his back as 2 donkey hoofs gripped his neck firmly. He struggled to breathe and managed to say, Song. Song Nanshure's troubled voice came from behind. Oh dear, I forgot. Brother Donkey has a bad temper. If he carries you for a while, you have to carry him for a while. Song Nansure smiled and said, Brother Zhu Mingzi, keep it up. Ahead, under the pressure of Brother Donkey, Kesha Seed was forced to run. Behind him, Song Nanshure's smile slowly faded. She said expressionlessly, Kesha Seed, what a nice name. Yung Jifeng looked over, You noticed it too. Song Nansher sneered. I may be a penniless wretch, but I'm not a fool. Deceiving someone is always harder than deceiving someone who is poor. If someone keeps showing up in front of you without wanting your money, you should seriously consider whether he's crazy or if there's something else about you that he's after. Yoon Ji-fan couldn't help but ask, didn't you ever suspect me back then? Song Nansher, no. Yoon Ji-fan, why? Song Nansher thought for a moment and said seriously, maybe it's just that poor people appreciate each other. Yoon Ji-fan. He rode away on his donkey, expressionless. After the pill brother carried the donkey brother around in a mad dash, making the donkey brother happy, Song Nansher slowly walked over on his own two legs. Brother Donkey's temper subsided, and he stood beside Brother Pill, slowly grazing. He even condescended to raise his tail and brush the dust off Brother Pill. Pill brother stood there expressionless, his fist clenched, his legs trembling, whether from exhaustion or anger, it was hard to tell. Song Nansher said with concern, Pillow. Brother Jumingzi, are you alright? My donkey has a bad temper. I'm sorry to have troubled you. Pill brother raised his head and slowly said, You call this bad temper? Song Nansher smiled shyly. It's just a minor, insignificant problem. Jumingzi took a deep breath and said expressionlessly, Fairy Song has a very good temper. Song Nansher thought for a moment and said very seriously, I have a bad temper too, but since Brother Donkey doesn't mind that I'm poor, how could I mind that it has a bad temper? Anyway, that's how it is. What can we do but break the contract? Let's just make do. Kesha said. He then recalled the weakness of the variable he had calculated. Loves money. For the first time in his life, he hated himself for being so accurate in his divination. Song Nansher then asked enthusiastically, Brother Jumingzi, are you still riding? Jumingzi took a deep breath. I'm afraid I'm not worthy of Fairy Song's spirit beast. Fairy Song, you should ride it yourself. Song Nansher couldn't help but feel regret. At this moment, Yoon Ji-fan had already walked up and glanced at Song Nansher subtly, implying that she should not act rashly and should not go too far. Song Nansher casually mounted his donkey, glanced in the direction he was going, and continued on his way. Two people rode donkeys ahead, occasionally huddling together and whispering something. Ignoring the two mismatched donkeys, their silhouettes resembled a beautiful couple. Kesha seat followed behind on its two legs. Their two donkeys even looked almost identical. For some reason, Jumingzi felt isolated. But he couldn't stand being alone, so he adjusted his mindset and regained his original friendly smile, asking gently, Fairy Song, where are we going? Song Nansher thought for a moment and said seriously, Naturally, we should go where we are supposed to go. Kesha said, If you had said even one useful word, you wouldn't have said nothing useful at all. Left with no other option, he could only look at Yoon Ji-fan and ask, Brother Yoon, aren't you curious about where we're headed? He was certain that since entering this secret realm, Song Nansher had not spoken a single word to Yoon Ji-fan alone under his nose, so logically, Yoon Ji-fan should not know where Song Nansher was going. To his surprise, Yoon Ji-fan merely glanced at him indifferently and said, I'm not curious. I know. Whether it was Jumingzi's imagination or not, he seemed to see a sense of superiority in that one glance. Kesha said, Yes, you know where Song Nansher is going without her saying a word. You two are on the same page. You're so aloof. But you're on the same page as a money grubber. What are you so proud of? Jumingzi was almost laughing in exasperation at these two guys who seemed to have some brain problems. At this moment, Song Nansher suddenly turned around and said in an ambiguous tone, Brother Jumingzi, if you trust me, then follow me. After all, my divination is never wrong. The smile on her lips was meaningful. The cashier's seat suddenly trembled. He looked at Song Nansher's enigmatic back in front of him, lost in thought. He was very confident in his divination skills. Based on this confidence, when he calculated the variable of Song Nansher, he was almost certain that Song Nansher was definitely not a simple person. Even though she now appears to be a money-grubbing freak with no interest in money, Zhu Mingzi, putting herself in Song Nansher's shoes, felt that Song Nansher was definitely not as greedy as she seemed. Beneath her greedy exterior, there must be a hidden side to her. Is he pretending to be weak to take advantage of others? Or is he just feigning madness? Zhu Mingzi decided to follow along and see what was going on. Maybe this variable will lead me to what I'm looking for. A smile appeared on Cassia Seed's lips. Fairy Song, Brother Yun, wait for me. Half an hour later, Zhu Mingzi stood expressionlessly in a valley teeming with spiritual herbs. He calmly realized that he was wrong. Song Nansher wasn't pretending to be crazy. She was genuinely crazy and foolish. No, I think that perhaps the most foolish one is the one who keeps Song Nansher so secretive. In his ear, he heard Song Nansher's calm yet smug voice. I told you my divination has never been wrong. These are all evening primroses, a rare find outside the secret realm. If we get all of this out, we'll be rich. Yun Jifeng, she called out, I prepared a sickle before I came in. Do you want it? Yun Jifeng remained calm and composed, but a satisfied smile couldn't help but appear on his lips. He said, no need. My sword is better than anything else. Song Nansher, all right, then the old rule applies. We'll split it in half after we get out. Yun Jifeng agreed. The two of them finalized their plan to divide the spoils in just a few words. Then, like an old farmer, Song Nansher skillfully bent down and swung his sickle. Yun Jifeng, as expected of a sword cultivator, wielded his long sword as if it were part of his body. Isolated from the outside world in the secret realm, he didn't need to worry about whether he could use spiritual power. His sword swung even faster than Song Nansher's. What a bountiful harvest this is! What the hell? Zhu Mingzi took a deep breath and gritted his teeth as he asked, is this the divination that Fairy Song spoke of, the one that would never be wrong? Song Nansher looked up and took a moment to reply, that's right, this patch of evening primrose is definitely the most valuable spiritual herb within a 50-mile radius. I'm never wrong when it comes to predicting fortune. Cassia Seed. He opened his mouth and said, what you just calculated was your fortune. Song Nansher glanced at him, a half smile on his face. Otherwise what? What did you think it was? Cassia Seed. He closed his eyes, feeling an endless surge of anger welling up inside him. You're calculating your fortune. You actually calculate your fortune. What happened to keeping a low profile? What happened to playing dumb to fool others? This is the White Wutong secret realm, a place where powerful beings pass on their knowledge. Countless opportunities. It only opens once every 50 years. With so many opportunities to make money outside, who would be foolish enough to waste this once in 50 years chance to enter the secret realm just to make money? You should consider it a matter of fate, seeking a lineage. He suppressed his anger, forced a smile, and said, Fairy Song, this is a secret realm that only appears once every 50 years. If you come in not to seek opportunities but just to make money, wouldn't that be a bit of a loss? Song Nansher immediately retorted, no. Cassia Seed's smile froze. Why? Song Nansher, because I'm a poor wretch. Cassia Seed. He looked at Yoon Ji-fan expressionlessly. Yoon Ji-fan glanced back calmly and reminded him, "Me too. He hates poor people." At this moment, Song Nansure suddenly turned his head, smiled at him, and said with a sincere tone tinged with envy, "Brother Jo Minzy is from the Kanwoo sect. It is said that your sect leader is a domineering rich second generation. I suppose Brother Jo Minzy wouldn't be interested in such a small amount of evening primrose, would he?" Just as Jo Minzy was about to make a sarcastic remark to her with a cold smile, she suddenly remembered something. Just before entering the White Wutong secret realm, his Kanwoo sect had already gone bankrupt. And so the word "no" got stuck in my throat. Looking at the evening primroses covering the ground, he suddenly thought that making some extra money on the side wouldn't be a bad idea, and it would also help him get closer to this variable. The cassia seeds are ready to be harvested. Seeing this, Song Nansure immediately sped up and said quickly, "In that case, there's no need for you to use your storage ring for these things. We'll accept them." Cassia seed, okay. He painstakingly maintained his persona as a rich second generation. Amidst the blooming flowers, Song Nansure glanced at Yoon Ji-fan. Yoon Ji-fan happened to look over as well. The two looked at each other and saw the same message in each other's eyes. This cassia seed is indeed very problematic. Song Nansure wanted to find an opportunity to talk to Yoon Ji-fan alone, but before she could make a move, Yoon Ji-fan, who was harvesting evening primroses, suddenly got up and frowned as he looked at the unharvested flower bushes. He said, "Song Nansure, come here." Upon hearing this, Song Nansure immediately stood beside Yoon Ji-fan without saying a word. As soon as she stood still, she heard a buzzing sound that gradually became clearer in her ears. When Song Nansure turned around, he was startled. "It's a swarm of bees, a dense swarm of bees." The two exchanged a glance. Beside them, Jo Minzy's voice rang out with a hint of schadenfreude. "These are ghost king bees. They often travel in groups of hundreds or thousands, and when they chase someone, they will not stop until they are dead. Even a golden core cultivator cannot escape unscathed once they are entangled by them. It seems that the evening primroses you moved were their prey." Amid the buzzing of the bees and the background noise of cassia seed's narration, Song Nansure and Chow Young's-hyphen exchanged a wink. "Can you fight?" Yoon Ji-fan glanced back indifferently. "We can fight, but only a little bit." Song Nansure, "What a coincidence, I can only hit a little bit too." Their eyes met. Both of them had serious expressions in their eyes. "It seems this is the only way." Jo Minzy continued rambling, "But since Fairy Song and Brother Yoon value these evening primroses so much, why don't the three of us join forces? Perhaps there's still a glimmer of hope." The buzzing of the bees grew louder and louder, as if they were extremely angry. At this moment, Song Nansure and his companion, the bee swarm, and Jo Minzy, these three groups of people are standing in three different locations, which together form an equilateral triangle. Song Nansure suddenly raised his hand, which was behind his back, and made a free-pointing gesture. "Free!" The worker bees leading the swarm have extended long, sharp stingers from their tails, a sign that a general attack is about to begin. 2. Jo Minzy smiled confidently. "I believe that with the three of us practicing together, we can definitely escape." At that time, 1. Song Nansure, run. As soon as he finished speaking, Yoon Ji-fan took the lead, gripping his sword in one hand and pulling his donkey up with the other. With a swift stroke, he carved a path through the swarm of bees. Song Nansure followed closely behind, leaping onto the donkey's back and keeping up with Yoon Ji-fan, giddy up. This time, the donkey stopped messing up and brayed as it took off running. The 2 men and 2 donkeys ran straight through the swarm of bees, galloping headlong towards the cassia seeds. The chattering cassia seed was momentarily stunned and didn't react at all. The swarm of bees reacted faster than him, angrily chasing after Song Nansha and the others, rushing straight toward the cassia seed. Zhu Mingzi looked at Song Nansha and the other person in front of her, then at the swarm of bees behind them, and reached out her hand. Fairy Song, we. The moment he reached out his hand, the 2 passed each other by. Song Nansha casually reached out and gave him a 5, but he used too much force and pushed him straight into the swarm of bees. Song Nansha's roar drowned out Zhu Mingzi's screams. She cried out tragically, "Brother Pillow, we'll go first. You cover our retreat. Don't worry. Brother Yun and I will avenge you." The enraged swarm of bees instantly surrounded the cassia seeds. Yun Jifeng and his group seized the opportunity to flee. Even after Song Nansha had run quite a distance, he could still hear the indignant and incredulous voice of the cassia seed coming from the swarm of bees. "What's going on? Aren't you all greedy for money? There's still half a month's worth of evening primrose left to harvest. How could you just live like that?" Song Nansha couldn't help but retort, "Are you stupid? Money is important, but life is more important." This is clearly a dogmatic error. Seeing that they like money, one assumes everything is based on their love of money. Song Nansha shook his head, feeling that this pill brother really lacked Mao Zedong thought education. If only he had studied political science for the postgraduate entrance exam. Song Nansha ran around happily, nagging as he went. Yun Jifeng remained silent, saying, "Don't get too carried away." Song Nansha was shocked. "Is it obvious?" "Yun Jifeng, what do you think?" Song Nansha said and said, "Then let's make it obvious, since you can't see the cassia seeds anyway." Yun Jifeng. He took a deep breath and said, "Ghost king bees are a very vengeful swarm. They will remember our scent. If the cassia seeds can't stop them, they will come after us again. Let's hurry on our way and go as far away as possible." The 2 of them put their heads down and continued on their way. Halfway there, Song Nansha, who was having a hard time traveling, was stopped by a strange man. Song Nansha looked up and frowned. "Who are you?" The rather handsome man first looked at Song Nansha in disbelief, then said patiently, "I am your second senior sister's fiancé, Shen Qianzhou from the Shen family of Haizhou." Song Nansha then remembered that her second senior sister at the crematorium had a fiancé who was going to be cremated. That is, aside from her idiot master, there is another idiot who wants to get engaged to his second senior sister just because she looks too much like his white moonlight. Song Nansha, isn't this a coincidence? At this moment, this idiot asked in a cold voice with an anxious expression, "Did your senior sister enter the secret realm with you? Where is your senior sister? Have you seen your senior sister?" Song Nansha narrowed his eyes. "What do you want with your senior sister?" The idiot mumbled, "There's been some misunderstanding between her and me, but that's none of your business. Where's your senior sister?" Song Nansha immediately burst out laughing. She tossed the tortoise shell in her hand and said casually, "Senior sister, I actually saw it." The idiot asked urgently, "Where is she?" Song Nansha smiled and pointed behind him. "Go west, cross that mountain, then cross 2 rivers, and you'll find it in a valley full of evening primroses." As soon as she finished speaking, Yun Jifeng looked at her in shock. The idiot didn't notice anything amiss, didn't even say thank you, and hurriedly left. Song Nansha sneered. Beside her, Yun Jifeng hesitated, then said, "Song Nansha, I know you're afraid that Zhu Mingzi won't be able to stop the Ghost King bee, but it's a bit much to let your senior sister's fiancé go." Song Nansher turned around and asked, "You and I have met at the crematorium that senior sister runs, right?" Yoon Ji-fan nodded. Song Nansher smiled and said, "This crematorium of yours, senior sister, was actually opened for 2 men. The first one is not convenient to talk about for the time being, and the second one is this idiot." She said with great satisfaction, "After this trip, my senior sister might be able to close her first deal right away." Yoon Ji-fan. He couldn't understand it, but he was deeply moved. Song Nansher then said, "All right, now that we have another idiot helping us hold them off, things should be a bit easier. Let's rest for a bit." The two stopped the donkey. Song Nansher stretched his limbs. "Finally, I've gotten rid of that pill." Yoon Ji-fan then asked her, "When you first did the divination, did you accurately predict that there would be ghost king bees over there?" Upon hearing this, Song Nansher chuckled. "Fortune-telling isn't that magical. I was just being careful when I was calculating my own fortune, and I deliberately chose a divination that signifies both good and bad luck." As she spoke, she pondered, "Who exactly is this Jumingzi? I can't divine his fate, but his cultivation level must be much higher than mine. If that's the case, what would he want from 2 penniless people like us?" Yoon Ji-fan glanced at her, but said, "No, he's not after anything from us, he's after something from you." He said in a deep voice, "His target from beginning to end has always been you. That high-salary job posting at the beginning was entirely aimed at your preferences." Song Nansher was shocked. Seeing that her expression was really bad, Yoon Ji-fan thought he had scared her. Just as he was about to say that it might not be like that, Song Nansher pointed at his nose and said, "Has my love of money become so obvious?" Yoon Ji-fan. He turned around and tied up the donkey with a blank expression. They really know how to focus on the key points. Seeing that he was ignoring her, Song Nansher smiled and said, "Speaking of which, are you really unable to handle a swarm of bees?" Yoon Ji-fan, "Before I was injured." Song Nansher emphasized, "Now." Yoon Ji-fan was silent for a moment, then said, "If you and I join forces, we should be able to get away unscathed, but I advise you not to provoke this kind of thing again." Song Nansher was puzzled. "Why? If we can get away unscathed, no one will die, right? I was thinking of waiting a few days to see if I could go back and dig up the rest of the evening primroses while the bees were away." Yoon Ji-fan, "The ghost king bee stings people, and it likes to sting their faces the most." Song Nansher. "I understand. This thing is far more terrifying than death." She suddenly became worried about Jumingzi and Shen Xiaobi. These 2 people probably won't die, but are their faces alright? Amen. That night, Song Nansher and the others rested in the woods and lit a campfire. Yoon Ji-fan kept watch for the first half of the night, while Song Nansher kept watch for the second half. Song Nansher fell asleep by the fire and had a terrible dream. She dreamt that 2 people whose heads had swelled up like pigs from being stung came to seek revenge on her. But that's not the worst part. The scariest thing is that they want to steal her spirit stone. Song Nansher woke up with a start. "The moment I opened my eyes, the terrifying pig's head in my dream transformed into the handsome face of Yoon Ji-fan with his sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes." He frowned and said, "Song Nansher, Song Nansher." Song Nansher breathed a sigh of relief. Half asleep, she reached out and touched Yoon Ji-fan's face. "It's slippery." She rubbed her hands a couple of times, muttered a few words about spirit stones, and then went back to sleep. What a terrible dream. Song Nansher's hand slid off Yoon Ji-fan's cheek. Yoon Ji-fan froze on the spot, speechless with astonishment. Seeing Song Nan lying down asleep by the fire as if nothing had happened, he suddenly got up and took a few steps away. After a few steps, he froze again, turned around stiffly, and pushed Song Nansure away to prevent the fire from burning her hair. In the firelight, the young man lowered his head slightly, his cheeks flushed red. The next day, Song Nansure woke up, slowly sat up, and stared blankly at the campfire that had burned down to ashes. Yoon Ji-fan carried back a pile of green and red wild fruits in a large leaf. Upon seeing this, he paused in his tracks. Song Nansure greeted the crowd listlessly, "Good morning." He glanced at the sky, then said listlessly, "Didn't we agree that I would be on watch for the rest of the night? Why didn't you wake me up?" Yoon Ji-fan didn't answer, but casually placed the wild fruit in front of Song Nansure and asked, "Didn't you sleep well?" Song Nansure said listlessly, "I had a nightmare." Yoon Ji-fan paused, then said calmly, "Oh? What did you dream about that could scare you like this?" Song Nansure thought for a moment, then shuddered violently and said with a heavy heart, "It seems I dreamt of two ugly monsters with pig heads." She paused, then emphasized, "It's especially ugly." If someone says ugly twice, then they must really be quite ugly. She recalled the events, frowned, and said quite seriously, "Those two ugly monsters tried to steal my spirit stones." Yoon Ji-fan glanced at her furrowed brows and casually looked away. He thought casually, to be ugly and still steal spirit stones, this must be quite serious. His gaze kept falling on Song Nansure's face, each time quickly averted as if he'd been electrocuted. He listened to Song Nansure describe the terrifying dream, but he had no idea what he was thinking. Then Song Nansure suddenly said, "I think I was startled awake." Yoon Ji-fan paused, then said calmly, "Really? What did you see?" A woman woke up from a nightmare, and Yoon Ji-fan asked her what she had seen. This question was inherently problematic, but Song Nansure was so engrossed in her memories that she didn't notice anything amiss. She frowned and recalled, "I think I saw it." Yoon Ji-fan began to tense up all over, feeling uncomfortable everywhere. If she tells him, then he. Yoon Ji-fan took a deep breath, and the words "It's okay, you didn't do it on purpose" were already on his lips. Then Song Nansure gasped, "I saw a pile of spirit stones." Yoon Ji-fan. He raised his head expressionlessly and said, word by word, "Tell me, what did you see?" Song Nansure recalled for a moment and said seriously, "A pile of spirit stones. I saw it when I was half asleep. They were very white and should be of good quality. I even touched them and they were smooth." After saying that, she emphasized, "Excellent quality." After she finished speaking, she came to her senses and saw Yoon Ji-fan looking at her with a cold expression, looking like a cool guy who was always unhappy. However, for some reason, his fair face gradually turned red. Song Nansure was stunned for a moment, not understanding why. "What's wrong? Is it hot? It's not even March yet, surely not?" Song Nansure wanted to say something, but his gaze shifted downwards and landed on his hand. Yoon Ji-fan held a green wild fruit in his hand and vigorously wiped it with a handkerchief until it was very clean, almost peeling off the skin. Song Nansure couldn't help but ask, "Yoon Ji-fan, do you have mysophobia?" Yoon Ji-fan took a deep breath, came back to his senses, glanced at the wild fruit in his hand, tossed it to her, and got up to leave. Song Nansure called out from behind him, "You've been wiping for so long, aren't you going to eat?" Yoon Ji-fan said coldly, "I won't eat." Song Nansure, "Where are you going?" Yoon Ji-fan, "Patrol." Song Nansure. She couldn't help but scratch her head. She just mentioned being a germaphobe. Why is she so angry that she won't eat? Song Nansure raised his head and looked at the pair of bright red ears peeking out from under his black hair, his expression gradually becoming indescribable. She clearly didn't do anything. But looking at Yoon Ji-Fen's somewhat exasperated back and his bright red ears, she inexplicably had the illusion that she had teased him and driven him away. "It's a ghost." Song Nansure took a bite of the green fruit with a conflicted expression. "Tui. Cough, cough, cough." Her expression contorted from the sourness. Song Nansure stared at the wild fruit in his hand that had been bitten in the middle. "The green ones make my teeth ache." Was Yoon Ji-Fen deliberately setting a trap for her? 15 minutes later, Song Nansure picked out a few slightly redder wild fruits to fill his stomach, and Yoon Ji-Fen returned. His expression was much more normal this time. Song Nansure made a point of looking at his ears, which were covered by his black hair. "Yeah, he's not popular anymore." Song Nansure breathed a sigh of relief. "That's more like it. It's weird for a grown man to act like he's being teased by a weak woman." Yoon Ji-Fen asked her, "What are you looking at?" Song Nansure immediately waved his hand. "It's nothing, it's nothing." Yoon Ji-Fen didn't say anything more, silently dealing with the still sparkling campfire ashes. Song Nansure asked him from the side, "The ghost king bees didn't catch up all night, and we even crossed a river in between. The chances of them catching up again are slim, right?" Yoon Ji-Fen, a man of few words, simply replied, Song Nansure squatted down next to him, stroking his chin. "I wonder how that pill brother is doing. TSK, even the ghost king bee can't catch up. If he wants to catch up again, he'll have to grow a dog's nose." As she spoke, she casually picked up a stick and poked at the ashes of the campfire. Then she saw Yoon Ji-Fen, who was half squatting beside her in the ashes, suddenly stand up. "Song Nansure." Confused, she asked, "What's wrong?" Yoon Ji-Fen took a deep breath and said calmly, "What I mean is, we should go." He then went to pack his belongings. But actually, both of their belongings were in storage rooms, so what could he possibly pack? But he just kept busy with his own things, without even glancing at Song Nansure. He even went so far as to approach his donkey friend, whom he used to avoid at all costs, and ruffled its fur a couple of times. Brother Donkey was flattered. Song Nansure narrowed his eyes behind his back. This cloud still isn't behaving properly. But since he had already said he was leaving, Song Nansure cast a divination again. Then, from the 8 directions, she divined 7 ominous signs. Song Nansure. As expected, this most popular secret realm in the cultivation world is extraordinary. In her 17 years of life, she had never seen such a dire situation. Yoon Ji-Fen glanced at it and said, "Often, the danger of a secret realm lies not in the realm itself, but in the people who enter it." Song Nansure seemed to be deep in thought. "You mean?" Yoon Ji-Fen said meaningfully, "It's already the 2nd day since we entered the secret realm, and many disputes should have arisen by now." Song Nansure thought about it and understood. A secret realm is a place where no one knows anyone outside, and once inside, no one can control anyone else. Isn't that a perfect place for murder, arson, and robbery? While some diligently explore the hidden realms, others naturally seek to gain without effort and achieve lasting success. The ominous predictions made during the Southern Song dynasty indicate that while the number of natural disasters is still unknown, there will certainly be many man-made calamities. Song Nansure clicked his tongue, looked at the only one that had slipped through the net among the 8 directions, and said, "Then this is the only one left. Southeast." At this moment, they are heading in the exact opposite direction to Song Nansure and the others, to the northwest. Zhu Xiu pulled Yu Jiujiu away from the group of scheming cultivators to a safe place, and immediately asked sternly, "You Jojo, if I hadn't found you this time, were you going to let them steal your things?" Yu Jojo opened her mouth, at a loss for words. "Senior sister, I was wrong." Zhu Xiu's anger at seeing other cultivators bullying his junior sister was like a bucket of cold water being poured over his face in front of his junior sister's cautious gaze. She closed her eyes and gradually calmed down. Her youngest junior sister was taciturn, timid, and shy, and she had never had her own opinions. She knew this, she had known it for 2 lifetimes. But she never imagined why her junior sister had developed such a personality. Why? Zhu Xiu tried hard to think, and in a flash, some long-forgotten memories suddenly surfaced in her mind. When the junior sister was brought back to the Wuyang sect by her master, she couldn't even speak yet. After bringing her back, her master didn't care about anything else, and this junior sister grew up in the orphanage. Also raised in the orphanage was Song Nanshu, who was 2 years older than his junior sister. At that time, she served her master every day, her heart and mind filled with gratitude. She felt that since her 3rd junior sister could grow up safely in the orphanage, her youngest junior sister could too. That's what she thinks, and that's what everyone thinks. When the junior sister was 4 or 5 years old, Song Nanshu, who had been aloof and not close to them since childhood, suddenly found her and said, "If you have time, 2nd senior sister, please take the junior sister out of the orphanage. I can't find senior brother and master." She was puzzled. "Why did you bring her out? Junior sister is weak and not yet of age to begin her studies. Lang Zifeng doesn't have the habit of keeping servants, and no one will take care of her." The young Song Nanshu didn't say anything and took her directly to the orphanage. They went quietly, without alerting anyone. She saw her junior sister, who was much thinner than others her age, standing behind a group of children getting her rice. The disciple serving the rice noticed how small she was and gave her extra rice. Zhu Xiu thought, "Isn't this great?" Then, the disciple who was serving the rice finished his work and left in a hurry. The moment he left, a chubby boy suddenly turned around and bumped into his junior sister, causing most of the rice in her bowl to spill. The junior sister, however, seemed to be used to it all along. She silently carried the remaining half of her rice and sat down in the corner. There were also many children around, who were usually lively, cute and clever, but at this time they all seemed to be used to it and walked over one by one with natural expressions, taking the delicious dishes from the junior sister's bowl. After witnessing all this, Zhu Xiu opened her mouth, confused and bewildered. Why? The orphanage doesn't lack food and drink for them. Young Song Nanshu calmly said, "There is no shortage, but children are not as innocent as adults imagine. Or rather, interests and power are something engraved in everyone's bones. Without guidance, a group of children is also a small society. When there is no food, they will fight for food. When there is abundance, what they crave is power. And the most primitive way to show power is to oppress the weakest one." Zhu Xiu looked at Song Nanshu, who had said those words, with almost shock. Song Nanshu smiled and said, "You are all too busy. If master had time to visit her and let others know that junior sister is a disciple of Lin's peak, she wouldn't be the weakest. But it's a pity that master has never come." Zhu Xiu was silent for a moment, then asked almost with difficulty, "Were you like this when you were a child?" Song Nanshu thought for a moment and said, "I am not, because I am not the weakest." After that day, Zhu Xiu took her junior sister back home. But year after year, the junior sister became taciturn, timid, and shy, and didn't like to go out. She was exceptionally talented, yet she rarely displayed her abilities. Song Nansher said this is called social anxiety, just a personality trait, and is not necessarily influenced by childhood experiences. But at this moment, seeing her junior sister being threatened by a group of people, she remembered how her junior sister silently endured being bullied when she was young. Zhu Xiu suddenly felt very regretful. What have I been doing all these years? The third junior sister grew up in hardship and struggle from a young age. The youngest junior sister developed this kind of personality, and the eldest senior brother had a blood feud, which she ignored before her rebirth, and instead devoted herself to following that so-called master. The master is indifferent to worldly affairs and doesn't care about anything. Isn't she the same way as her senior sister? Then what's the difference between her and her master? Aside from her master and the so-called love and romance, what else did she do in the first half of her life? Zhu Xiu took a deep breath, then suddenly lowered her head, pressed down on Yu Jiaojiu's shoulder, and said, "Junior sister, I'm sorry." Yu Jiaojiu looked up in shock. "No, senior sister, how could it be? You saved me." Zhu Xiu said, "No, listen to me." Yu Jiaojiu opened her mouth, then fell silent. Zhu Xiu glanced at the black rabbit in her junior sister's arms, which was staring at her warily. Before she died, the demon prince was pursuing her junior sister, and she suspected that the prince might be her junior sister's former spirit beast. But it doesn't matter anymore. Regardless of whether her junior sister had feelings for that demon prince, she couldn't let a junior sister like that go to the demon realm. The demon prince loves her. Ha! What does love matter? She said calmly, "Junior sister, I never taught you anything before, and now that you've grown up, I'm no longer qualified to teach you. But I want you to know something." Yu Jiaojiu, what? Zhu Xiu, resist? Yu Jiaojiu was stunned. Just then, a commotion came from the side. The two people and the rabbit turned around and saw a man whose head was swollen like a pig's head running over. Upon seeing Zhu Xiu, he was overjoyed. "Zhu Xiu, listen to me." Zhu Xiu recognized him, Shen Qianzhou, her fiancé. Even if he turned into a pig's head or ashes, she would still recognize him. She laughed and said, "What a coincidence." She said, "Junior sister, I'll show you what resistance is." Zhu Xiu strode forward, and a long sword slid out of his sleeve and landed in his hand. Shen Qianzhou's face, swollen like a pig's head, still showed confusion. Even with Zhu Xiu holding a sword, he didn't seem to think Zhu Xiu would do anything. Because in the first half of her life, Zhu Xiu had never resisted. Following her master's advice, she accepted the marriage arrangement, as her master deemed it suitable. Her master and fiancé said she would look proper if she acted dignified, so she did. They lack a sense of self and don't know how to resist. Shen Qianzhou continued, "Zhu Xiu, I don't know what you've heard, but our engagement." Zhu Xiu sneered, "Marriage contract? I must have been blind to have fallen for a piece of trash like you. Marriage contract my foot. You XXXX. Shen Qianzhou looked at Zhu Xiu in disbelief, seemingly unable to believe that such words had come from her mouth. Zhu Xiu said, "Junior sister, watch carefully." The sword slashed down mercilessly, severing Shen Qianzhou's right hand in one stroke. He lied to her about the marriage, but he had once been kind to her, and she crippled his right hand, which was used for wielding a sword. The score is settled. From now on, they will be mortal enemies when they meet again. She said, "This is resistance. You have to make those who bully you pay the price." Ignoring Shen Qianzhou's cries of pain, she turned her head and pointedly looked at Black Rabbit. Everyone is like that. The demon prince suddenly felt a chill run through his body. This familiar feeling. He recalled the fear Song Nansure felt when he gave Yu Jioji the book One Rabbit, 8 Ways to Eat. Song Nansure stood by a pool, looking at the only lotus flower in the pool, and cast one divination after another. Finally, she said, "It's still a divination that says good and bad fortune are intertwined. Shall we take the gamble?" Yoon Ji-feng was already wiping his sword. "Didn't you already make up your mind?" He didn't even look at her. "TSK, I don't know what they're being so dramatic about." Song Nansure pursed his lips. She said, "Then the usual." Yoon Ji-feng, "Same as always. I'll do the work and you keep watch, and we'll split the profits 50-50 afterwards." Song Nansure immediately drew out the black slip of paper with the character Li, separation, written on it and said, "Hurry up." Yoon Ji-feng was about to pluck the rare 7-colored lotus when he suddenly paused.